And now, live from the Man Cave Studios, deep in the heart of constitutional Livingston County, Michigan, it's another Tuesday night response rant with your co-hosts. Joe Farkas is in the house. Pat Acton, the lovely and ravishing Coach Kim, and now, the host of the show, the man that put this all together just to irritate Democrats, Jeremy Scott Gibbs. And now, live from the Man Cave Studios, deep in the heart of constitutional Livingston County, Michigan.
Stupid looping thing. First, it won't unmute automatically when I open it up. Second, it loops. So Larry's talking twice. We can't have Larry talking.
It's that
twice.
damn Tai Chi guy we got.
Dude,
right.
you know, I got to fire these interns, man. Look at, I hit the button for Joe's camera and it went all the way to the ceiling. It was crazy. Welcome to the show, everybody. Yeah, I already see roll call in there. Let me zoom in on this one just a hair. Get Joe a little bit there. Welcome to the show. Coach Kim will be along shortly. But Joe got a little frisky. There's an email came through, and so he called me up, or he texted me, asked me to call him at my earliest convenience.
So were you able to get that?
Your convenience.
Yes.
About the word earlier.
Yeah. And then he said, "Hey, I saw this email, and I'm really hot." What was your terminology, Joe? You were passionate. I never heard Joe get really angry or anything. So
That's it right there.
Yeah, I got it right here. It'll only take probably 2-3 hours to go through.
Okay.
I'm glad we got 2-3 hours. Man.
So I hope the listeners are ready to stay up late tonight.
100%.
If I snore over here, smack me.
Yeah. You're on now, right, Joe?
Yes.
There we
Now
go.
I can
Now
hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Yeah. And so do you want me? Well, no,
No, we're
we've got
gonna
to do the disclaimers.
Yeah,
We
we got to
got-
do dinner recap.
Yeah, we
disclaimers, all that
got
stuff.
a process here.
Yeah.
Tuesday night rant process.
So a bunch of you may have seen I did stir fry for my oldest son Al. That was what he requested for his birthday on Saturday. Ghost Larry tonight. Yeah, Larry is not here. He is helping
Christina
Like with her campaign.
Yep.
And I'm about to throw this chair down the stairs.
What's the matter with it? It rocks and rolls. You don't like that?
I was hearing a squeak.
Oh, you
I
cheered
can't
us.
stand the squeaks in the chairs. Anyways, so Larry's helping Christina Like with the campaign tonight. I don't know where the event is, but he called earlier and said he needed to take care of that because he is her campaign manager now for her run for judge here in Livingston County. So we salute her. So, but yeah, Al wanted stir fry on Saturday for his birthday. And so I said, okay, I'll make you stir fry. And we tried for the first time egg rolls. And of course, we always do crab cheese. So tonight I said, well, there's leftovers and you guys obviously weren't here for Saturday.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I made the leftover ingredients.
Oh, it was good. The crab ragoons. That's what I call those.
Yeah, crab rangoons.
And then you had some spring rolls.
Yep.
And then the stir fry and some shrimp. Oh, yeah, a couple different kinds of shrimp.
No, just the shrimps and then the chicken.
Oh, okay.
So everything was. So what I did was what I didn't cook up on Saturday is what I cooked tonight.
Okay.
And including the egg roll. The egg rolls were ready, and I had to pull them out of the Ziploc bags and drop them in the fryer. So all turned out good. It was first time making egg rolls, and I'm proud of myself. I did a good job on it.
Yep. We got a lot of food. We were expecting. I thought maybe Larry was going to show up, but
I thought Joe was going to eat with us, and he didn't eat with us.
Yeah,
He
I
hurt my
had
feelings.
dinner with the wife.
I know.
Before I get here.
And then Scott was stuck at work, so we were thinking Scott was going to be behind the the studio, and then I think my kids are still coming by. So if you hear a racket and I got to yell at somebody downstairs being too loud on the show, you'll know why.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
they get that way.
They get that way. They'll be down there banging. I'm like, shut up!
Long as
Do
they
a
don't,
show.
long as they don't get on the drums or the guitar.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I put a drum booth in. So it's amazing when you don't have the microphones on, the speakers on, how those guys, how quiet it is. You know, I'm like, dude, that's great. Because Matt can be in there warming up before a show, and you can hear him obviously, but you can't. It's not overpowered.
Yeah.
You know, it's really background stuff. So, anyways, yeah, chicken stir fry, egg rolls, and crab rangoons tonight.
Yep.
No
signature salad.
No signatures. I waved you off.
Yep.
But you were coming back from dealing with your mom.
Yeah.
Please pray for Patrick's mom.
What's your mom's name?
Yvonne.
Yvonne.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a few other people. I know Christina's brother had a medical situation, and I don't know if you got that call, Joe. But Christina Lake's brother.
Oh,
being in the
no.
hospital.
Oh, he is? What's the issue?
I'll tell you off air. Just people be praying for him.
What hospital is he at?
I didn't get that. I just got a call right after it happened for Larry for prayer the other day. So, all right. Oh, I did not change the graphic on the bottom. Tim, are you able to go into the computer and change the Tuesday night graphic to a March 24th response? If not, I'll sneak over there.
Yeah, with the
That's
17th.
one thing I forgot. Yeah, I forgot.
That was last week.
Yeah, I forgot to change that.
That was St. Patty's Day.
I always miss one thing.
Well,
It's like a signature thing.
you are kind of juggling things. I mean,
Dude.
you were changing an engine in
Yeah.
a car, and
I
then
see- I
segued on to.
Dude.
Talk about
I had to
multitasking.
go out and look at that engine. I tell you what, there's a mega hole in the side of that thing.
Dude, you can see straight through it.
And
You can see straight through it where it blew up.
Would you blow a rod?
Something. It was Jazzy's car that I got for her for
she drove it
her
a half
first
mile.
car. She drove it a half mile and it blew up.
Oh, boy.
I drove it home from buying it, drove it here. It sat. I drove it around. I periodically started up and make sure it was running good. Drive around, check the oil, things like that. I knew it had maybe a little bit of an oil leak, but it had 217,000 miles. And then we even had it running for 10 minutes here in the driveway. And she went half mile down the road. Boom.
I mean, it's obvious a crank came loose because I mean a hole on both sides of the block.
So you're going to pursue...
I already got another motor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we already got another motor and we got a great deal on it. Scott helped us. His dad actually helped Scott and his dad. Got a great deal on a motor, low mileage, 122,000. But those little 1.6s are with the turbos on them.
You know, I had to replace a motor probably 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And Pep Boys, of all places,
Really?
Pep Boys, and they did a magnificent job.
Wow.
And I think I paid $2,500 for the engine, labor, and
Everything.
everything.
Wow. How long that lasted?
Pep Boy lasted, drove another 60,000 miles.
Wow.
I know. In fact, we did more. That was more than that.
Yeah, you got to get more than that.
Yeah, we got to. Anyway, I was surprised. My wife called me up. I'm stranded. I'm going to have the car towed to Pep Boys. I'm thinking,
Pep Boys.
Pep Boy. What's Pep Boys?
Right. And it worked out, huh?
And it worked out.
I always thought that was a parts store.
It is, but they do the repairs as well.
Okay. This is more than just a repair.
Yeah.
That's a
Dale, did you just
replacement.
post that? He says it's locking up. I don't see it locking up on our end, buddy. And he says no Joe audio. Joe's got audio.
Oh, testing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're hearing them.
I don't know where you're at, Dale. But keep me posted on that because I'm seeing us lifetime over there. Anyways, all right. So yeah, I was multitasking, so we have to change that graphic over there. Maybe I'll sneak over there and do it here in a second. Anyways, anywho's.
I thought you were putting Tim to work.
Well, he's in and out, I guess.
Oh.
All right, let's see. Here's the landscape one. We'll do that. Boom, chakala. And I got to scroll down. And where's my thing at? There. Wall disclaimer. There it is. Notice this podcast is raw, unfiltered, completely politically incorrect. We say Merry Christmas, Pledge of Allegiance, especially the part about one nation under God. We thank our troops for their service. We recognize 3 genders, male, female, and mentally ill. As adults, we enjoy adult beverages. Patrick and I are enjoying.
Yep.
Joe doesn't even have a water over there.
Oh yeah, what did I
It's
do?
down
with my
there
water?
somewhere.
Well, I'll get it when we take a break.
I still didn't fix my overhead camera. That's what I was doing. We cuss. We do not curse or swear. Look up the definitions, please, or I will cuss you out. We love Jesus, but hate religion and religious hypocrites. If any of this offends you, please leave.
Arrivederci.
Hasta la vista.
Get the hell on out.
Get out. And I will go with Patrick on this one if I can get my trackball to work properly. Let's see. Block that one. Go.
To argue with someone who has renounced the sense of reason is like administering medicine to the dead.
Yeah.
Thomas Paine.
Right. On.
Boy, I've gotten a lot of mileage out of that one.
Yeah. Let's see. What do I want to give you, Joe? Let's see. You know what? I'm going to give you one of my favorites here, buddy. Wait, no, not that one. Sorry. This one. Can you read that? Read it behind me.
Oh, okay. A long habit of not thinking a thing wrong gives it a superficial appearance of being right and raises at first a formidable outcry in defense of custom. But the tumult soon subsides. Time makes more converts than reason. Thomas Paine again. Common Sense, 1776.
Absolutely.
Well, that Thomas Paine guy was pretty brilliant.
Pretty smart guy.
He's pretty young, too.
Yeah, very young. His pamphlet, Common Sense, was the really the spark.
My favorite.
The final spark.
John.
All right.
The Duke.
Never apologize and never explain. It's a sign of weakness.
Weak.
And I think that people out here would do well, if you're watching, to understand that apologies do nothing with these monsters.
Nothing.
Nothing. And there we go. Disclaimers out of the way. Any disclaimers you got to do, Joe? I know you're not a true politician, even though you were on the ballot as a delegate. You're not a real politician.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
you're not real.
Yeah, just
you had to be voted on by the people, but you're not real.
Yeah, we're the just a precinct delegate. You can walk all over me. I'm.
Yeah. Well, you can't hold 2 offices, so you're not real.
Yeah. I would say this though. I've got a response from an email that I received, and I imagine many people received, from Chris Long.
Yeah.
That seems to put the onus or the trouble of the GOP solely at the feet of the precinct delegates.
Yeah, I saw that.
So let's do this. My initial thought tonight is, are we being proactive or reactive? And so the title of tonight is the response rant. So a response can either be proactive or it can be reactive. And it's about time we start becoming more and more proactive and putting leadership in their place, because in this country, leadership is you govern at how's the framers say it? They derive their just powers from the consent of the governed.
And right now, we're not being governed, we're being ruled.
Correct. Yeah, you get your just powers from the consent of the governed.
Yeah.
Not you don't have, you're not my king. You're not my, my priest or anything like that. And all of these organizations are voluntary as far as affiliation.
Right. So why
even
would
when you pay dues?
Why would you denigrate somebody that's a volunteer?
Yeah.
Almost regardless, whatever position he took.
Correct. So what I looked up tonight, I put it in the definition, logical fallacy verse or quote tonight. And this was just what came up. I don't know what AI it was, but I just asked this simple question. It says, leaders who blame their followers often do so to protect their own identity, simplify complexity, and relieve more emotional tension. However, this behavior is detrimental to both the leader and the organization, because when you blame the followers and you're the leader, guess whose problem it really is?
Absolutely.
I've
It's the
always,
leaders.
I've built businesses, I've run businesses, I've built divisions and corporations, and I've always had a concept,
Yeah.
my own little, idea on how things work.
Right.
And it's pretty simple. It goes like this: the fish stinks from the head down.
Yep.
Yep.
And it is amazing when leadership starts to point the fingers and blame. You see it becomes obvious at that moment. You're going, you're doing this to deflect from yourself.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
Yeah, because if that's leaders' responsibility is to lead by example
Mhm.
and to train those under them people there, as a leadership,
Yeah.
and especially in voluntary organizations. And it's just amazing when they start to turn. So let's get into this, Joe. Give everybody the premise
Well,
of this dynamic.
there was an email that went out by Chris Long, and I received it, and I'm sure many others did as well, that puts the onus of the everything that ails us in the Republican Party should lie at the feet of the precinct delegate.
Mhm.
Of course, that was my interpretation. Some might have a different interpretation, but and what I feel is there's 3 reasons why we're in the position that we're in today. And that is, the first reason is a lack of poor leadership, which I'll articulate.
Lack of good leadership. Yeah, we got poor leadership.
Yeah,
We got lack of good leadership.
lack of good,
Yeah.
lack of,
Good.
one reason is the lack, I put lack of poor, good, I meant,
Yeah, lack of good leadership.
which I'll articulate.
Yeah.
Number 2, folks' involvement politically, quite often, folks that get involved are getting involved for the wrong reasons.
Right.
Many seek political power or money, fame. It might be their social club.
Stroking the
What-
ego.
Yeah, stroke of the ego, and so you're starting off on a bad footing to begin with.
Right.
And then third, to go to Lansing and Washington to serve their constituents, and then return home as our forefathers. They didn't. They had a part-time legislature. Am I correct?
Yes.
And it was, the idea was
Well,
service.
Part-time in session. They were full-time legislators, but they were part-time in session because they were supposed to go home.
Take care of the farm and
Well, not only that, but connect with their
constituents.
people that they were representing.
Right.
They weren't supposed to be housed up in Lansing or Washington all day long or all year long.
Right.
They're supposed to go home, and not to go home to go on vacation and take a lid like a Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Joe.
Yep. And so that is the problem. And also, I would say the decline, if you ask yourself, as a society, are we declining? Is our morality declining or increasing? Are we pursuing righteous
Endeavors.
or are we seeking self-serving measures?
I think a lot of it's self-serving. I think a lot of it's ego. I think a lot of it's self-aggrandizement.
And not to get on a soapbox,
Get on that soapbox, Joe.
but you know what? The further we get from the Lord and spiritual values,
Yep.
you see the decline.
Yeah.
Well,
hell yeah.
And so why is it that the founders found this country on Christian values?
Right.
And we prospered. Have we been prospering since we had 63 million abortions? Have we prospered since we have gay marriage? Have
Who
we
is it?
prospered?
Who was it that said that, we are a Christian society, that the constitutional republic we have only works with a moral Christian value?
Right.
I believe we just did that one last week with Teddy wanted that in the thing, and it was Adams, right?
John Adams, yeah.
Yeah. I'll pull that up right now.
Our Constitution was made for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other.
President John Adams, second president of the United States.
So any problems or issues, and I know we're focusing on the political aspect, but any problems that we have relate back to that.
100%. Yeah.
And so
That's why it's incompatible with Sharia law. That's why it's incompatible with
Islam.
Islam in general.
Yeah.
That's why it's incompatible even with Judaism. It's only for a Christian, moral Christian nation, because that's a New Testament nation. We're not talking about an Old Testament Jewish nation or a Sharia law type of Muslim nation. We're talking, or even Eastern, Far Eastern, Asian cultures. They don't have the same moral compass. That it's that for that Judeo New Testament Christian dynamic. We're no longer just bound by the 10 commandments. We're bound by love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. That's the sum of all of the commandments. Well, what it means to love my neighbor as myself and what it means to love the Lord goes far beyond don't just kill him.
Right.
In fact, Jesus, says, he's like,
feed him.
You didn't do this. You didn't kill him but you killed him in your heart.
Right.
That's a dynamic there. And we don't have that a lot.
So getting back to the political reasons why I think we're really struggling from where we're at is, number one, the chaos within the party is not because the delegates are exercising their rights or duty to hold their leaders accountable.
Yeah.
When the system fails, we need a way to address those concerns.
100%.
And so I have just a few instances that I'll cite. And my big thing is it a coincidence when we have Ronald Reagan, strong leadership, Donald Trump, strong leadership, we prosper? When we have weak leadership like
Bush
and Ford.
Well, we see a new world order coming into view now.
That two things, we lose even when we win.
Yeah.
Because if we elect weak leaders, it sets the party and culture back years.
And I think the three of us here are at the table are of the same mindset, but I'll throw it out here and see if there's any discussion in the chat or anything like that. But I think that the three of us and this, gets a lot of controversy. I don't want to vote for a shitty candidate just because there's an R next to the name. I'm not part of the cult.
Bingo.
And people go, well, then you're automatically, allowing that you're voting for the Democrat. And I go, I would rather have the devil I know than the devil I don't know.
Yeah.
And you can, and I'll bring this up since, Joe, you're more biblically focused than sometimes other people here. But where's the concept of Saul of Tarsus in our modern day political dynamic? Do you know how Saul of Tarsus becomes Paul the Apostle?
Yeah,
because he persecuted the church to the extent that they all went into earnest prayer for him. They all labored on their faces before God to change his heart. They didn't do posts and a bunch of, they didn't do a bunch of memes. They didn't do a bunch of stuff, and that's fine. We can do all that. But I'm saying what they did was they got into prayer and they prayed for his soul. He didn't have somebody come and evangelize him. He got knocked on his ass with a blinding light on his way to on the Damascus Road. Okay. And he had an epiphany and he says, "Who are you, Lord?" And he says, "I'm Jesus, whom you're persecuting. Knock it off." Well, that doesn't come about just because God spontaneously wanted to change Paul's heart. Of course he did. That comes about because the church went into earnest prayer, praying for his soul.
Yeah, and he was persecuting them.
Yes.
And here they're praying for him.
100%. And so I look at that dynamic of, I'm not going to vote for somebody who's a hypocrite, a falsehood, right?
Yeah.
Which means potentially the other evil guy gets elected. Okay. Then what's our response? Do we attack the other guy? Of course, you got to call certain things out. He's a public official, stuff like that. But are we praying for him more than we're attacking him? And I would say that goes along with what you're talking about is the failure in this country of we're not praying for these Democrats. What happened in the life of John Fetterman since he got into office, other than a stroke and a few other things? But what happened to that guy to have him become such a 180 and surprise everybody?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I love Larry and he's great, but Larry says you can't be a Democrat and be a Christian at the same time. And on the surface, I can get where he's coming from.
Yeah.
But Robert F. Kennedy was a lifelong Democrat, and he's become one of the most. He's always been who he is.
Yeah.
And he says I didn't leave the party. The party left me.
Him.
And he said in his own testimony, he says, I get on my face before God every day and ask him to help me restore health to this country.
And if I can say that for people that don't know me or people that do know me, understand that I'm as flawed as the next guy. And I have no desire to look down on anybody or think that I'm better than anybody. Nothing could be further from the truth. But you still have to call wrong.
You got to hold leadership accountable. And that's what we're
accountable.
doing with you responding to this email. You hold leadership accountable.
Yeah.
But I'm also looking at this dynamic of we're not proactive during the primaries at all. And then we end up with these shitty establishment candidates.
And you know why that is? Because the Democrats can cross over.
Yeah.
And basically place our weakest candidate.
Well, yes, but it's also just people, the people that are extremely vocal about not wanting to vote for certain candidates in the general election there's no sense of urgency or proactivity for the primaries for vetting and getting out there and stumping for the good candidates to get them on there and being too big to rig, stopping the steal. They can cross the lines, but if the Republicans or conservatives, I'll say it that way, turned out in mass during the primaries, they're not going. These Democrats aren't going to show up in mass like that. They're going to show up just enough,
right?
I
guess I think the general election is the be all.
Right, but they didn't have. If you're not going to participate in the primary and get hardcore in the primary for great candidates, I mean that's why we host multiple candidates on here on the show when they ask to come on and tell us about their position and talk about that. Because we want people to hear them and vet them out and do that. But it's amazing to me. Once again, we're going to bitch and moan and complain about the general or sit out.
Yeah,
and yet we don't have that same
urgency.
Yeah. We don't have that same urgency for the primaries. And I'm like, dude, come on, let's make it too big. The reason Donald Trump won all three elections, but the second one they were able to steal, is because we didn't make it too big to rig.
Right.
In the 2024, we made it too big to rig. On the presidential level. We got people out there.
Yeah.
And when you keep putting into factor that we've got 40 to 45%,
Undecided
well, declared independent.
or independent.
Yeah. You go, listen, they're not about the uniparty anymore.
Yeah.
And just because there's a D or an R, yeah, if there's a D on the name, a lot of times the cult will get together, but a lot of that's stealing.
Yeah.
And the R, they're looking at it going, no, that guy's a piece of shit. I'm not voting for that guy.
You hit on one of the biggest pet peeves, and I've got when you nominate a weak candidate because they have an R in front of their name, you lose even when you win.
100%.
And what do I mean by that is, well, if first of all, we end up taking on the opposition's point of view because we don't rebut it strongly enough. So they're allowed to implement their crazy, insane societal changes, and we're quiet as a church mouse.
Well, and you said it earlier, or I said it, and then but the devil, I'd rather have the devil I know than a devil I don't know.
Yeah.
Because you get a bunch of these Republicans get in there because there's an R next to their name, but they're an establishment guy and they're going to vote. And then they're slipping through, and most people aren't paying attention to their voting record. The average person. Yeah. And you'll find out that a bunch of them vote right along with the Democrats without batting an eye over garbage legislation. And you're like, wait a minute, I thought I was voting for. No, at least when you get a Democrat,
you know what you're getting.
You know what you're getting. And here's the thing. I'm not going to vote for a Democrat, but I may not vote for. No, I will confess that I have held my nose in the general and voted pretty much straight ticket, unless there was an independent or somebody that I knew for sure, which some people even tell you threw away your vote. And then I've got other friends that'll tell me, why would you vote for the establishment guy? It's like, so I go back and forth as much as I say and defend the people that don't participate in the general because it's a shit candidate. I'm one of those guys that holds my nose most of the time and votes because, I do know those devils. Right. But we've got to get, we're not proactive on the local level like we should be. We're not proactive in the primaries.
Well,
and then we bitch and complain. And my problem is, it's like, you know what? Either you're going to get good people in there. I think Donald Trump, we disagree with him on some foreign policy right now.
Right.
But I think if he doesn't get in 2016 and again in 2024,
we're done for.
We're done. This country's done.
Yeah.
And the fact that I think we could have potentially got another 20, 30, 40 years of resurgency. Now we'll see how this foreign war, because they used COVID in the first term to knock him off agenda.
Right.
And now they're using this foreign war to knock him off his agenda. So if he can get back to that agenda, I think we do get another 20, 30, 40 years of this republic, as flawed as it currently is.
Mm-hmm.
But at least we're not imploding. Even though I look at it and go, maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe, dividing up into a number of nation states again. I mean, that's what we were.
Right.
We were states. They were not colonies anymore. They were not provinces. They were states.
Mm-hmm.
They were independent states that came under a union of these United States. And then it got changed around and flipped around. That was the whole impetus of the Civil War, was to bring about a change in the union dynamics to become a centralized government versus a
unified government.
Yeah.
And so I'll just give you a couple examples of what poor leadership looks like.
Tell us what poor, we use the term shitty, but I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
Joe. Shitty leadership looks like, not shitty, like you get in chicken from the Chinese food.
Yeah.
You show us what a shitty leadership will look like.
How about, and this is where I really disagree with Chris Long, is it's not the precinct delegates that have blown elections. How about just some examples? George Bush Sr. With his no new taxes promise.
Read my lips.
Read my lips.
No new taxes.
That wasn't the precinct delegates that cost us an election
Well,
because of that. I would,
Yeah.
wouldn't you?
Well, you think these midterms, you think if Trump doesn't get his shit together on this foreign war, you think that's going to be the,
We're in
It's-
trouble. And
Dude.
I never thought in a million years that I would be questioning what Trump might be doing or not doing.
yeah, you're like, all of a sudden we're like, is he bought? Is he blackmailed? What's the deal? Because you ran as the peace president. You bragged for the whole first year about stopping wars.
Yeah.
And now you're bombing Iran incessantly, and they had to backtrack. But the reality is they came out and said it, that this was all about, if the United States didn't preemptively strike Iran, Iran was going to retaliate when Israel struck them. Well, then what's the tail's wagging the dog
right.
now?
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
wait, we've got to bomb somebody preemptively, and there is no scenario out there where a preemptive strike on any foreign nation is ever a good thing.
And how about Israel made the statement that Turkey is next, basically.
Of course, because
Yeah.
Netanyahu's can
He
only
knows
stay in power.
He's got, he must feel pretty confident that he's got President Trump in his pocket
And then he comes
to
out
make
and he
that
says,
statement.
"There's no way that anyone tells President Trump how to govern or how to lead. That's President Trump does his own.
Yeah.
He's his own man. He makes his own decisions." Okay, then why did he do this? Because you threatened to bomb Iran. In fact, I heard somebody today. They said the reason because the drug companies and the big ag is horrible, right? They're
Right.
horrible. But remember a few months ago, Trump gave blanket immunity to was it Monsanto
Oh, yeah.
for the fertilizer?
Yeah.
You know why? Because the main source of fertilizer comes out of the Middle East, right there with the Strait of Hormuz, and if it gets cut off, they needed to be able to manufacture it here without having that go on.
Interesting.
And I'm like, because nobody wants Monsanto's horrible, right? Glyphosate is horrible, but if you can't get your raw products to make glyphosate over there, then you need to give Monsanto some kind of incentive to start making it here, which would be their blanket immunity, so they don't get these multi-billion-dollar lawsuits suing them because everybody gets cancer from their fucking sprays on the food.
Right.
Sorry, it's not quite 9 o'clock. My bad.
So I never thought that President Trump's actions would really cause so much consternation, worry, and concern. And so that could turn out to be poor leadership.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well, we know this. We know Trump is a businessman. He looks at the art of the deal. He looks at negotiations. That doesn't mean that he's a great diplomat. That doesn't mean that he is a social strategist. He's a business strategist.
right.
And social strategy and business strategy can be polar opposites.
Well, have you ever heard of Promethean Group, Susan Corkenta?
Go ahead and illuminate us.
She has had this big, lengthy dissertation on how this is putting the London on their heels.
Okay.
Our society is driven by London. London controls everything. London, the Vatican. I mean, they control. They are the controlling party. Okay.
You mean like with the United States
Within
registered as a corporation in London?
That's
Yeah.
exactly what I was
Yeah,
going to
okay,
allude
yeah.
to.
There's a insurance group out of there. I can't remember the name of it. She mentions it. That's been doing this for 327 years, insuring all these vessels.
Yep.
And they have never, ever, ever canceled policies. They've raised premiums,
Right.
but
Right.
they've always kept the policies until
Trump guaranteed passage.
March 2nd. They canceled those policies. They're trying to screw up Trump's initiative and screw up the U.S. economy.
Yep.
But Trump is playing his cards. He's a wise man. He's sly like a fox. He's like, we're getting 1% of our oil from the Mideast. You 23 countries that get your oil for them, you better pony up and get your ships in here, and you take care of the Straits of Hormuz. Iran holds half of the Straits of Hormuz, and then there's another country on the other side. I don't remember the name of that one either, but that is a English territory.
Ooh.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And so they're trying to control what's going on there so they can control the global economy. And Trump's doing battle with them. This is a fight to drain the swamp, as he puts it,
Yeah.
and get away from this, global, elite few that make decisions for all of us. He's trying to destroy that, and he's doing really well with it. He did it with, Venezuela, what they did with Venezuela, the Panama Canal. I mean, the list goes on. The guy has been very strategic in what he's been going after here on a global stage.
Right.
And I'm impressed with what he's doing. If I sit back, I'll send this thing to you. This gal, it's a little lengthy, but
Yeah, that'd
it's
be great.
very, very good.
So you're talking about,
But how does the bombing Iran work into that equation
Because it
of his ability to take advantage of these opportunities and his keen thought process and negotiating?
I don't live in Trump's head, so I don't really know, but I'll have to send this thing to you. You have to listen to it. It sets those 23 countries on their heels.
Right.
Okay.
right.
And makes them pony up and take it themselves. He is America first, and that's what he's trying to do, is put America first.
Yeah. Well, England better tend to their own concerns, because their country is being taken over.
Yeah.
Yeah. By Muslim hordes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Sharia law now, is that part of the justice system in England?
I don't know, but they just suspended trials by jury except for like 3 categories.
Yeah, I've sent this to you.
Yeah.
You
Yep.
know,
Yeah. You've sent it to me.
and it's if I had your address, I'd send it to you as well. You can send it to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to think what you were looking at is, so there's Iran, United Arab Emirates, and Oman. Oman is the 2 countries on the south side
Yeah, Oman.
of the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, that's British owned right there, Oman.
Yeah, for the people out there in
Hmm.
Ann Arbor.
Remember?
Let's see.
Okay.
All right.
So, sticking to the Chris Long narrative
Mm-hmm.
and why that's flawed, again, it's poor leadership, and it's not precinct delegates that are creating the problems within the party. Where the precinct delegates are trying to address these issues. But how about here's another weak leadership example. How about George W. Bush and his assertion that there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq?
Weapons where? Where were the weapons at? I don't know. Were they over here? No, they're not over there.
And the fallout that came from that. And that led to the likes of Obama becoming president. So that's my question. That how about the weak rebuttals and weak leadership by Republican candidates when Democrats mock and slander their character?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, like Trump. One of the things I love about him, man, when they come at him with 36 revolver, he comes at him with a bazooka.
Yeah.
Right.
And he doesn't allow them to malign him and do it uncontested. Yeah, but the Democrats are great at doing that. And when we have weak leadership or weak candidates,
Yeah.
the Dems play that card over
100%.
and over and over again until you tell a lie long enough that the people believe it.
Yep.
And that's the likes of Gerald Ford, John McCain, Romney.
Yeah.
What-
Oh, don't get me started on Ford. Ford was such a they went on purpose and set up Nixon.
Absolutely.
Now he had an enemies list, but those were CIA guys that went in and did the Watergate break-in to set him up, and he tried to do his best to cover for them because he felt responsible for them.
Right.
But he didn't do any of the ordering, and what they came after him was for covering it up, and that was his problem. And what did they do? They got rid of Spiro Agnew
Yeah.
before that,
Yeah.
and got this no-name
Mhm.
guy Ford from here
Yeah,
from Michigan.
From Michigan. Yep.
And put him in there. Well, if you trace back his history, he was part of the Warren Commission covering up for JFK, covering up the JFK assassination. He was part of a whole bunch of other shady shit. And he was this junior, what was he, a junior, not a senator, was he? Or a junior rep, whatever he was.
I think he was.
Was he a junior?
junior senator? I think he was.
I'll look it up in here in a second. Anyways, and they install him.
Yeah.
And then shortly thereafter, they get rid of Nixon. And he sweeps into power. It's ridiculous, dude.
Yeah. So my question to both of you is there any way you can conceivably blame the precinct delegates if the precinct delegates did almost anything they wanted? But here are I've given you examples of what weak leadership looks like in the terrible results of it. You know, it's.
But that's the point, Joe, is when you're a bad leader, the only thing you can do is either step down. Well, you can do three things. You can step down. You can come out and tell everybody you're going to work harder, confess it, tell everybody you're going to work harder, or you can point the finger at everybody else.
Right.
Well, if you're the leader and you were elected to be there as a leader and you're starting to blame the people under you, you're a shitty leader.
Yeah.
That's just there's no other way about it. You can't blame the underlings when you're the leader.
Fish stinks from the head down.
You can't,
Yeah.
there's no two ways about it.
Right. When you're running a business, you know, they say the buck stops here.
100%.
You don't, so you have a horrible fourth quarter and you go in and chew out the people that are working for you and malign them.
Well, you do
The
that behind
buck-
closed doors. You don't do it publicly.
Right. Yeah.
You can do that as a leader. You can go in and get after your people, but you
Right.
also,
But you don't.
just as much as you get after your people, those are supposed to be rare occurrences.
Yeah.
what
And when
you're
I
supposed to
said
do is
malign, I meant
Yeah.
a public presence of that, what
yeah,
you're doing.
You're
doesn't
supposed
need
to, your criticism of your people should be behind closed doors and for their edification ultimately.
be. Right.
And if your training of them, if your instructing of them doesn't far outweigh any criticism, then you already failed.
Right.
And what I'm seeing, I don't see any constructive instruction, any uplifting, any encouragement, any type of stuff. I've watched you for the last few years that I've known you. Get out there and just encourage people and just go knock doors and do all sorts of host parties here and other places. You're and you don't hold an official title. You just want to encourage people
To be the best they can be.
and you're doing that without accolades, without office. And here's somebody with office who just says, "Nah, they're a bunch of horrible little people. They're
Yeah.
the little people. They're horrible."
Yeah. Yeah. And so I don't quite honestly know where he's coming from, but
Here, let me play this. Let me see if this pops up. Oh, what's this?
Those weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere.
What?
Nope, no weapons over there. Maybe under here.
Ha 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 ha. And then should I play Madeleine Albright, who says, he was asked, do you think that 1 million dead Iraqis was worth the price? Well, it's a tough choice. It's hard, but I think ultimately it was worth the choice. Oh, and it was all predicated on what? Weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
Killing 1 million people.
And that's despicable. There's no word for it.
It's demonic.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Continue, Joe.
Okay. And so let me see if I have any other. No, those are just a few examples that I wanted to share with you, that examples of poor candidates, poor leadership.
Yeah.
And it reverberates throughout the party and the culture, and there's so much damage. I'm just strong against that. Vote for them because they have an R in front of their name.
Right.
You and Larry would argue. Larry says you got to vote for him because you got to have.
Because otherwise we end up with Alyssa Slotkin. And I'm like, dude, that's his hang up. I get after him about it.
Yeah.
I'm like, I get it. You don't like Slotkin.
Right.
But she is not. Dude, we still got shitty people here locally, local offices. What are we doing about that?
Right.
Let's deal with that.
Yeah. And that's, as I stated earlier, people getting into office for the wrong reason.
Yeah.
And I've seen, I've seen poor leadership.
Yeah.
And I've seen people hold positions because it was all about them.
Mm-hmm.
And,
ego.
Yeah, the ego. And it's all about them. And they're misguiding the people that are following them.
Yep.
In it, because they would rather have, take the delegates, for example, they would rather have less delegates that they could control and influence.
Yeah.
But keep them at, under the pretense that they're being trained and educated and they're important, and which they are, and they're doing it for self-serving reasons.
Yeah.
And I believe me, in the last 16 years I've been involved, I've seen that, and nothing irks me more than to see people influencing others and under a false pretense.
Yeah. No, I can't stand it.
And it's aggravating.
Yeah, the hypocrisy, and it's disappointing.
Yeah.
And then to have this type of dynamic going on within the party, where the party's eating itself, the party's destroying itself from the head down.
Yeah.
I watched it again. I beat this drum and until it's got big holes in it, and sticks, splinters flying everywhere from the stick hitting the rim. Yeah. But I'm beating the drum, going, dude. But when I came in 2022, I wasn't part of any group. I didn't get swept in with the big, but I came in and I became a delegate.
And you were engaged and you wanted to contribute and get involved.
You saw me that first year. Yeah. I was hardcore engaged.
Yeah.
And then they pulled a bunch of bullshit.
Yes, they did.
And I said, you know what? I'm going to just go back to doing what I did before this. I'm going to do my podcast.
Yep.
And I still managed to help other people get blackballed for coming on my show. So that's good.
Yeah. Well, and then Chris Long maligns the precinct delegates for taking over. Like, we took over the party, the convention. We took over won the argument and carried the argument for the day because we were willing to work hard.
Right.
When other folks were sitting on their hands, and we were out working, sacrificing our talent, time, and treasure.
Right.
And we're bad guys for doing that,
Yeah.
We worked within the system. We didn't cheat anybody. We didn't lie. We didn't do anything untowardly.
How frustrating is it for you, Joe, when you come across people, and I know I'm speaking from my own experience as well, but how frustrating is it for you when you come across people that don't have the inside information that you have, and are loyal to the establishment dynamics of the party locally and statewide that we know are jacked up. And
Right.
and you know that these are sincere people, but they're sincerely ignorant and supporting these different people that you know because you're behind the scenes, but
Right.
we're men of honor that we don't disclose everything we know and what we've seen and what we've heard.
And that's a great point.
And we go, how the hell are you hanging out with them, dude?
Yeah.
It's like everybody should en masse just abandon them, and then they'll get the point, and maybe they'll walk away, and then we can walk back in. And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, one of the dynamics is that not that I'm so brilliant or have great connections or any smarter than anybody else, but I have had conversations with these people, multiple conversations. And part of the dilemma for me is I do know more
Yeah.
than what I can comfortably reveal.
Right.
And so people look at me like, why do you take that stand? You're a fool, you know?
Yeah.
You have no justification for feeling the way you do. And I'm going, if
Uh,
you only knew.
I got emails and text messages and face-to-face experiences.
And they'd be
Trust me, I don't want a
surprised.
fucking thing to do with some of these people.
And they'd be surprised at people, you know, that
Yeah.
that I've
Yeah.
dealt with.
Well, I'm a firm believer that you go to people one-on-one if you have a problem with them.
Yeah.
There's sometimes where I don't have a problem with you. You did this to somebody else, and I don't want to associate with you, right? It says,
Right.
but there's dynamics in Scripture. Warn a divisive person once, warn him a second time, and then after that, have nothing to do with them. There's a problem if your brother offends you personally. You go to him one-on-one. Then you take somebody with you if they don't
It's
listen.
a witness, yep.
And then if they don't listen, you bring them before the congregation. But that's a huge dynamic. And that literally the statement is if your brother. So there's a covenant dynamic there, you know, of being connected with somebody. And so
Right.
you don't just flippantly, I've watched none of the nuances of those two scenarios just be abused or ignored, you know, to where I'm gonna come after you and not say anything publicly, and then all of a sudden I'm going to blow you up publicly,
Right.
you know?
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous. And so I watched these scenarios, and then I watch other people that have no clue just be taken in by these bad leaders.
And nothing irks me more than
And
that
I'm like-
because you know what? Let me just throw this thought to you. I was going to go in a direction I thought I'd better not. You got to know when to hold your tongue, right?
Yes.
Chris Long said that I agree with him on this point, that the influx of delegates in 22
Yeah.
in 22 could have used a lot more training.
100%.
Yeah. And what I did is I had access to a full presentation of from A to Z, what does a precinct delegate, what's their role?
Right.
And I sent that out to many people.
Mm-hmm.
And I offered to mentor or hook up with them and answer any questions they had to the best of my ability.
Right.
And I would say that the response to that was not quite what I expected. And I would go out with people, and because knocking on doors is a way we communicate with our neighbors. And,
When you say it wasn't the response you expected, what do you mean by that?
okay, it was a low response.
Okay. Do you think that had anything to do with you not holding an official office? A small percentage?
Maybe a small percentage.
Because they're new. When I'm saying that from an opposite experience. When I met you, you were right there, and I'm like, oh shit, somebody's gonna try to help me out and
Yeah.
walk this out. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
That was an example when we
Give a shit about your title. I want you. You're here to help. I'm
Yeah.
in.
like when we had the I don't know how many people that but delegates that I recruited
Mhm.
knew nothing about what a convention consisted of, a county convention.
Right.
And so that was my reason for telling all the delegates that recruited and to meet outside And it was funny that the current administration delegates had said that the previous chair, a lot of them were out there, which surprised me. So that told me that people
still didn't have a clue.
They needed guidance.
Do you think if we were sitting there as a let me throw this out and see where it bounce it off you. If I was sitting there as a chair, county chair, I don't know if the precinct, the other chairs, like the 7th district chair or something like that, do they deal with as much with the delegates as much as the counties?
No, I don't.
The counties deal with
the county that deals
so
with it.
you're as a county chair, how long is it from when you got to file to run for delegate until the primary or till the primaries?
Well,
the
deadline is for this cycle is May the 5th.
So May the 5th before August.
Right.
Do you think in that time frame, everybody who registers to run as a delegate,
right,
whether they're going to win or not, I as the chair, I would go, okay, we see everybody that declared, and within a week of that deadline, they should get a packet from us on what it means to be a delegate, of what the county convention looks like and what will happen there,
right,
of what membership is about. If we haven't changed the bylaws and we're still requiring to pay dues in order to be elected to executive committee, explaining to them what an executive committee is, membership is, explaining to them what the chair and vice chair and treasurer and all their duties are, and sending them out a packet of with the amount of other shit that we send out from the party, you don't think we could send something like that out and explaining even state convention that would follow county convention? You could send that out within a week of the deadline of people being registered to become new delegates.
Yeah, I had meetings at my office that attempted to accomplish that.
I was at a couple.
But of course, I'm out recruiting, doing the admin, sending out hundreds of emails, just holding training classes. So, I'd never been through this process before myself.
Right.
So, I thought, for the time that I have and the resources I have, do the best I can. But that's what I attempted to do, is what you just.
But that's what I'm saying is if your sole responsibility as a county chairperson is to kind of herd the delegates into a powerhouse of people, because you're going to be on the floor at state convention with the people that get elected.
That people need to be elevated.
They need to be educated.
Yeah.
And okay, maybe you're going to send out, some people already know what they're doing. Great, cool. But you're all going to get the same packet, and you're going to get a couple dates leading up to the delegate, to the primaries where you could potentially be elected. And you're going to have opportunities to show up at, I would, if it's from May to August, okay?
Right.
I would throw out 3 or 4 dates at the least. Right. I'd send out a packet the week after it's closed, or the day after it's closed. I'd have all the names already, you can get into the rolls and see who's registered to run.
Right.
And then I would throw out at least 3 or 4 dates where either already delegates that are rerunning or new people that are coming in to run for delegate that have never ran before can come into a actual meeting. They've already gotten the packet, and now they can come in and ask other questions, and we can give mini teachings and stuff like that. That never happened.
Yeah, no. And it's really, to me, it gets down to, are you there to serve the delegates and to oversee their growth, nurture them, encourage them? Or do you view your delegates as your puppets to do your bidding?
I'm trying to remember the movie, but there's a movie that talks about it. And I think about this as a host, not just the show, but here in the man cave and stuff like that. Yeah. And I teach a class on this. It's called Spirit-Led Leadership, right? And the first 7 weeks of it is out of James, slow to speak, quick to listen, slow to become angry.
Don't you love James?
And there's the Proverbs in the New Testament. I love James. But there's a movie where it talks about, or maybe if it's Fight Club, it's like there's these people that listen to you and want to talk to you, and then there's other people that are just waiting for you to shut up so that they can speak. And there's a lot of that in the political arena where they're not listening to you. They're just waiting for their opportunity to talk because they like to hear themselves talk. And they like the aggrandizement and the oh, you're so good, you're so awesome. Yeah. Instead of, it's like you can get those applause and that appreciation from people by being genuine and actually listening to people. Or you can get it by forcing your way into situations and puffing your chest up.
Manipulation.
Manipulation. And I see a lot of manipulation to where it's like, you don't actually give a shit about these people. You like it when they come up and pat you on the back and tell you how great you are.
You like being in the spotlight.
And you know how many things I've walked away from? Joe, the 2 years that I was intensely involved in the party.
Yeah.
I had a pretty good rapport with most of the people when I walked into the room. I was pretty recognized.
Right.
And when they did dirty, the leadership, I forsook all of that because I don't need the praise of anybody. No, I miss a lot of those really good people. In fact, shout out to Tim just passed.
Tim Quinton.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a precious couple.
Tim and
Colleen.
Colleen were always, every time I saw them, they were just two of the sweetest people.
Sweetest people you could meet.
Yeah, what's there's a thing tomorrow, and then the interment is
be going there.
Yeah,
the viewing.
What time is that?
I will text that to you.
It's Watkins. No, I saw the email. It's Watkins. Okay. It's like from 11 to noon tomorrow, right, or something like that. It's right here at Watkins.
Yeah.
And then they're doing the interment. Give me a text when you're headed over there.
Okay.
Because it's right here.
Okay.
Right? It's Watkins.
Yep.
Give me a text. I may jump in the car with you.
But you know what comes right down to it is, what is your heart? Is your heart to do right, to do the righteous thing?
Yeah.
And in my case, I fall short way too often. But my desire,
I think you fall short of your own expectations, but the Lord is pleased with you.
Well, my desire is to, Lord, what would you have me do?
Yeah.
And
I tell this one, Joe, and I love this one because the Lord had to teach me this. There's the two sons, right? And the father goes to the two sons and he says, "Son, go in the field and work." He goes, "No, I ain't doing it." Later he goes. And he goes to the other son. He says, "Son, go work in my field today." And he goes, "Okay, Dad," and never goes. And I said, "Lord, where's the one kid that said, 'Yeah, Dad, I'll go'?" And he went and he did it right away. And he goes, "Doesn't exist. You're one or the other. You're either the one that says no and then finally gets around and does it, or you're the one that says, 'Yeah,' all enthusiastic, and then peters out and never does it." And so he had to teach me that lesson and go over that scripture with me. He said, because he goes, "I want you to eventually go because I know you will."
Yeah.
And in fact, I love I need to get the plaque and put it here in the man cave for specifically for my mother-in-law and my wife, because it's the one plaque that says, it's, like one of these plaques, and it says, you don't, if a man says he'll do something, he'll do it. You don't have to remind him every 6 months.
Right.
It's that idea of it. This is not procrastination. If a man says he's going to do it, he'll do it. You don't have to remind him every 6 months. Because, like, when are you going to do that? I'll get to it eventually. And I'll tell you what, I am one of I'll on a regular basis, the Lord will say something to me and I'll go, "No." Then he'll say it again. And I go, "Maybe." Then he'll say it a third time. I go, "All right, you wore me down," But that's how we are. So when you're saying that to me, Joe, I understand where you're coming from, but I also understand no matter, we put higher expectations on ourselves than the Lord ever does. We don't rest enough. I don't rest enough.
Yeah, I know I don't.
and we we work from a place of trying to earn versus accepting what has already been given and just responding in kind. We're trying to earn the grace of God when he's like, it's called grace. Just accept the grace and then operate in like out of it. Don't try to act like I gotta be perfect. I gotta be rise to this level. No, I'm gonna be the best that, as you said, I'm trying to help people just be the best that they can be. And that means a lot of times you're like, no, the first time. No, I'm not doing that.
And people can spot a phony
100%.
a mile away, you know, and people are not going to follow anyone's leadership if they smell a skunk,
Mhm.
you know. And so if you're people are happy to follow advice of a person and follow their leadership, they're doing it for a reason, because they sense, hey, people are not stupid. They can read a situation when they're being used and when they're being, their best interests are generally at heart.
In all of my leadership roles, I've never had to ask anybody to follow me.
Yeah, absolutely.
All of my leadership roles.
Yeah.
And there, I could cite a number of them. Of course, you know, running my own company, doing construction, things like that. You're coming to work for me, you know. But even doing church ministry, doing other stuff, I lead by example, and I never had to ask anybody to follow. If you're here, you know, then you've already recognized leadership, and you're doing that. So leadership from that dynamic is a natural thing, but my ability to recognize people and be the best leader and inspire other people to be the, again, like I said, I'd have a whole plan.
Yeah.
To address fundraising, to address delegates, to address meetings, all this stuff. And I just look at, and then we get stuff like this where we're gonna beat up on the people that are
the volunteers
doing the most volunteer work. It doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't.
And you can't be a leader if you don't have humility.
That's huge, dude. Yeah. Well, Jesus said it. He who wants to be the greatest must be the servant of all.
Yeah.
And I look at people and I go, you're not serving. I've spent so many time in the back of the building, back of the church, the back of the other buildings. You know, I took it to heart when I read James, and it says, don't assume the best spot. Go to the back.
Right.
And then get invited to the front. You know?
Yep.
I always tried to go to the back. Always. There were times when I served in there's been a couple different church ministries where I served. I was part of the worship, or I was part of I was a youth leader at one place. I'd be in the back of the church. I'd be in the back during the message or during worship if I wasn't part of the worship team, and I'm just praying over the whole atmosphere and just asking the Holy Spirit to invade and have his way with people's hearts and heal people and set people free and do all that stuff. I'm just back there, you know, and to go, you know, people go, well, was it organized? I wasn't doing it I didn't want people to see me back there, but I needed to be in the room. So I go to the furthest place where people aren't drawn. They're supposed to be looking up front.
And folks listening might say, well, you're enumerating the obvious, that morality is important, that humility, that good leadership is, but these are the ingredients that not just politically, but societal, academia, entertainment, any segment of our society, if we don't embrace these righteous goals, we're lost. And we wonder why we're continuing to slide backwards. And so just using the political arena is one part of the equation, is what we're trying to do today, but it spills over into other.
What's that subtitle there on the page?
The Architect of Chaos, Understanding the Cycle and the Siege of the Michigan GOP.
And who's sieging?
It's the apparently it's the precinct delegates,
Yeah, and this is from the grassroots
vice chair.
vice chair.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's the dynamic of grassroots people to come in there
And be
involved.
yeah, and that's
scary.
Yeah.
To him. You know,
maybe maybe he hit on it. Maybe that is it.
I liked his story about his dealing with Goshen, but none of this other shit that I'm like, dude, you're so far off base, and you're pissing off people that are the backbone of the party, and you wonder why the party can't get any traction and do anything good.
Yeah.
Kim, your chair's right there, hon.
And he does raise.
Well, is she going to sit there or sit there?
No, Joe's gonna slide.
Yeah.
Oh,
We'll slide you over.
yeah.
Kim has arrived. It's been a few weeks. She's been working on the new book.
Oh, great.
Are you getting close? Hit your button. Let me hear you.
I'd love to hear about it. What's the subject of the book?
Turn that one on, Kim.
Right.
And both of you go that way about a foot.
This way?
Yeah, and pop your chair up. You're sitting like even tinier than usual.
Oh my gosh.
No, go
it
up,
sucked.
go up, go up.
It was just my weight.
You gotta pop the chair.
Okay.
While you're thinking about that, we'll transition a little bit. I'm gonna give you guys give me another half a foot that way, guys. Look at your
Okay.
monitor. See
And
yourself.
so I'm moving
That way.
that way.
There you go.
Okay.
Right
Yeah,
in
you-
front of Larry's computer.
Okay.
I gotta point this out. Jeff Ameo, the our very own Howell Strangler, says vote for Ameo for MIGOP president. Not gonna do that, but we'll thank you for your $25 super chat. Jeff Ameo, give us $25.
Didn't I have a couple dollars coming from that? You owe me a couple of dollars.
I told
Yeah.
you, Joe, it takes a little while to cycle through.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I had one from like 3 months back for $47. I was going to buy everybody dinner, but that one hadn't come through yet either. So
It takes a little while for it to cycle through. Hey, you had a really good dinner tonight.
I did.
All right, there
Yeah,
you
but
go.
I wanted to buy dinner.
With your big podcast one?
Yes. That was kind of
Speaking of, I figured out what was wrong with that one.
well, what?
There was a wire, the power wire to the battery
Mhm.
was it was outside the case and wasn't running.
So when I whack it, it would connect.
It was a broken wire, and I pulled it apart last week, and I was like, "What the hell is wrong with this thing?" I pulled it apart. The solder joint was broken. I soldered it back together. You haven't cut out a single time
that
tonight.
once. No.
No, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Welcome, Kim.
Thank you,
Hopefully
thank you.
you're up to speed a little bit on what we've been talking about. Talking about bad leadership.
No, Larry's not here, so he didn't send me a link.
Larry's a cracker.
But I was on my election call anyway. So
Shit, it's starting now. John Bovey wants to know what kind of socks you're wearing, Kim.
none.
No socks. She's going commando on the socks. Full blown commando. So Joe was asking
Full-blown
you, have you
commando.
met Joe before?
You look familiar, but I don't think we've met.
Oh, well, Joe
I'm
Farkas.
Kim.
Nice to
Well,
meet
nice
you.
Joe is a hardcore precinct delegate, political
Troublemaker.
troublemaker.
Yeah.
Maybe I've seen you at a party or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been,
Were you here for my birthday, Joe?
no, I was out of town.
You suck.
I know. I was out of town.
That's what he's talking about when he says he's not perfect and he fails at some stuff. It's just about my birthday. That's what it was.
It was, yep,
Everything else he does perfect.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
just but not attending
Except
my
your
birthday party.
Yep.
That's where he falls short, and Jesus
I-
wasn't happy with him.
Oh.
But anyway, so Joe's really involved.
You're gonna cast a spell on me now, there,
Well, you've had
because
this,
I missed your birthday.
Oh hell no, Joe.
Oh,
Where are
okay.
you a precinct delegate?
In Livingston, in
Okay.
Howell Township.
Okay, I live in Howell Township.
Oh, okay. Are you a precinct delegate?
I'm not.
Here, let's sign you up right now. We're recruiting.
I've gotten very mixed signals about being a precinct delegate. One from right over there. But there was somebody here at one of your parties too, a female, that
Yeah.
said she had quit being a precinct delegate because she felt like
There's a lot of people that have, and they
didn't
get
anything
disillusioned.
done.
Yeah.
And are you still? Because I've
Yep.
heard you say both. I've been confused about whether you still were or not.
No, I still am a delegate. I just am.
Here in Livingston
Yeah, Osceola Township. Yeah.
and Osceola. So go. Okay, I got you.
Yep.
Well, believe it or not, I signed up again for another 2 years. I don't know why, but I did. I guess I'm so used to being one that I
Well,
might
you
feel
know,
weird not to be.
the winds may change.
Yeah.
You know, I'm being courted on some other areas. Not even courted. I'm being talked into it by some people on some other dynamics of party politics. I'll tell you guys off air.
So do you feel
Future.
so Larry got me to join the Livingston County Republican Party, and I went to that one
What does that mean?
Christmas event. I have no idea.
I mean, join it. What does it mean, join it?
Like it was like
Did you go through the
$25.
ritual? Can you do the handshake?
No,
And you didn't join.
See,
they just wanted my money.
They just wanted your money. That's what it means.
I
You don't
figured it
join.
out. The next chair right there. That's
Stop.
okay.
Yeah.
You did not hear that
Oh,
here
go to
first.
hell.
So do you
yeah.
feel like you get a lot accomplished, like from that position?
You
The
get a
elected
lot
position?
accomplished if you're out front. They can take shots at you all day long and undermine you. When you
Right.
work from behind the scenes, they can't do anything to.
Oh, interesting.
That's what Dale's saying. And Joe the recruiter.
Yeah,
Dale's saying in the chat. Joe the recruiter.
yeah, absolutely.
Dude, how
No,
many
you-
meetings have you held here just to do sign up delegates?
4 or 5, I guess.
Here,
Here at 5.
just
Just for delegate signature.
no. I'm just saying, but just in the man cave alone,
Yeah,
you've called me up
yeah.
and said, "Can we host a delegate sign up here in the man cave?"
We,
No party push for you. No, you just like, I want to sign up more delegates, and you do a big email blast and you put the word out, and people show up and sign up to be delegates. You've done it here, let alone other places.
oh yeah,
But here's the coolest place that you've ever done it at.
absolutely.
But I mean,
Yeah, it goes. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, it goes without saying.
I
mean,
checked
yeah.
a while back, a few months ago, and I know there were spots open in Hull.
Oh, there will be spots open probably, and just about every precinct.
Yeah, because our grassroots vice president likes to tell everybody that they're a piece of shit, right? Vice chair.
I will tell you this: in 2020, there are 478 or 79. I can never remember the number.
Get it right, Joe. You want fake
Precinct-
news?
It's an 8 or
Precinct
9.
delegate positions. So in 2020, just giving you kind of a reference point as to what number of volunteers did. They signed up in 2020, 285 precinct delegates. They filled 285 spots. In 2024, they filled 300 spots.
Mhm.
In 2022, when I was involved, we filled 409 positions,
Out of potential
Not-
480, whatever.
not including 100 and some in other counties.
Right.
So we recruited 260 precinct delegates just through our little
In that 2022.
correct.
And then come 2024.
I begged out. I didn't
Yeah.
do it.
Well, because it got stupid.
Yeah.
Have you heard of precinct strategy?
Yes. Yeah.
He does a lot of speaking, trying to get people to sign up as
And
delegates.
but that's what we're that's part of what we're talking about tonight is there's a failure at the leadership level, to then equip and strengthen the delegates and help them, educate them, and then they turn around and point the finger at them. Say, why didn't you step up and do stuff?
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
It's
They're
simple.
volunteers.
Here.
Are you listening? Volunteers.
Volunteers. And
You know what?
abuse your volunteers. They don't, and they say in any organization, it's about 5 to 10% at the most of the people do the majority of the work.
Right.
And when you abuse those 5-10%, they don't want to be there.
I said the same thing too. So I've been working on election validity for about 5 years now.
Okay.
And the group that I'm with, which I've seen so many groups fall apart because too many big egos, right? And I just told our group this week, like, you can't demand from volunteers.
Right.
You can tell them what you want them to do and encourage them, but you can't demand from them.
Yeah, right.
100%.
They're going to leave, or
Yeah.
they're going to feel beaten down and not do what you want them to do.
You're asking people to volunteer for stuff, and
Yeah.
you don't give them any incentive, any encouragement, any hope, any help, and then you turn around and I've watched asshole people attack a whole bunch of volunteers and berate them like they were making, $250,000 salaries a piece, and I'm like, dude, these people don't have to be here. You're a dick.
Mhm.
What are you doing?
And the best part of my involvement in the last 16 years has been the precious precinct delegate and the volunteers
Yes.
that showed up at churches to recruit delegates at 8 a.m, or to go to a rally where Trump was a Trump rally.
Yeah.
And we didn't go inside. We could have gone in and watched it. Nope. We stayed outside and collected names and emails.
100%.
And so for me, that's the best part. The volunteers, and if nothing else, I love those people and I appreciate them immensely.
Yeah.
And I can't even imagine degrading volunteers, precinct delegates. It doesn't make sense.
No, it's shooting yourself in the foot.
Especially now because so many people are struggling just to get through life, right? And
Right.
to make enough money and
Well, there's some candidates right now that are not the most dynamic candidates, but they're the best people for the job, in my opinion, right?
Okay.
There's other people that are very dynamic that may not be the best for the,
Right.
as far as local and statewide positions, stuff like that.
Yeah. Well,
That's one of the roles of delegates, and of course the party leadership, local party leadership. Local party leadership should be having those people in on a regular basis
Mm-hmm.
to talk to the delegates. Then the delegates get firsthand information. They get the links to the websites and pages where they're at, but they get that interaction. And then the delegates then can share with the rest of the people what they think about different candidates. There's some candidates that are going to be phenomenal in that leadership spot, right?
Right.
I don't want a treasurer who can get up and tell me a whole bunch of jokes and do balloon tricks, make some balloon animals for the kids. I want him to know how to crunch some fucking numbers and keep the books intact, right?
Right.
So he doesn't have to be the most dynamic person.
But you don't like those balloon animals? I mean, I think
I
they're
do,
cool.
but I don't need my treasurer to do them to
Oh.
impress me. What I'm saying is we often miss that, is we just look at somebody who's dynamic or a good speaker and think that they're somehow qualified for the job.
And
it's the responsibility of leadership and the delegates. But if the leadership doesn't teach the delegates that that's their responsibility, that's what a delegate, one of their primary things is to find out the local elections and let the people of their community know
right.
who the candidates are, what they stand for, and encourage them to go, well, this is the candidate that we believe is the most viable for this position, but do your own research, blah, 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 So
Right.
that's the dynamic. I learned that shit on my own. Nobody in leadership ever taught me that.
Well, see, when I was doing it, I would tell the folks, we'd have a meeting, show up at noon on Saturday afternoon at my office. We'd have a meeting that lasted an hour, maybe an hour and a half. for those that wanted to go
It
outdoor.
only
knock-
went an hour and a half if I asked questions.
Maybe 2.
They were quick questions, but Joe was like,
Yeah.
okay.
And so we would, after the meeting, I would tell folks, hey, you want to go door to door and knock on doors? And quite often the response was, well, I'm uncomfortable doing it. Yeah, that's probably not many people would be comfortable doing that.
Right.
But I would take them out there and we would do it together.
Right.
And they would find out quickly how, it's not scary. It's not, dangerous. It's,
I'd do the
not
door
that bad.
knocking if I had a buddy, the buddy system.
yeah, yeah.
But I didn't even like door knocking when it was okay and I was dressed up in a costume on Halloween. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I still didn't. I was like,
Well, we did door knocking in New York, canvassing, and Letitia James sued our organization.
Well,
well,
Yeah.
she'll sue anybody.
Yep.
well,
She'll sue a ham sandwich.
women were to go in pairs.
Right.
So we always did that, but and so that was taking the volunteers and they're going to follow your lead. If you're there to assist them, they're going to get on board a lot quicker than if you're there to tell them.
Right.
You know,
One of the leadership tools that I always used was I want to help people discover the answer for themselves. Even though it's like you can, the dynamic, remember, is you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
right?
Well, I want to lead you to the water and then let you make your own decision. So even it's been amazing for me over, I'm 53 now. It's been amazing for me. I started teaching when I was in my late teens. I wouldn't agree with half the stuff I taught back then, but that's fine. It wasn't out of malice that I was wrong, but just you grow and you learn.
Yeah. Right.
But it's amazing over the years, some of the stuff that I did teach people, but I taught them covertly to where, I taught them, but
Your heart was.
they
in the
didn't know
place
they were
where-
being taught. And then they
Right.
come back to you, a few years later, and they're like, man, this is what I've been learning lately. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's great. That's awesome. And you never flip open either my prayer diary to where I prayed for them for that, or you go out and grab off the shelf and you go, remember this teaching from 10 years ago that I taught you? And they go, oh, wow, I didn't realize. No, why? Because I'm not looking for the credit. I'm looking for you to be, as you said earlier in the show, I'm trying to help you be the best.
Yep.
If I'm helping you be the best, one day the Lord will go, well done, good and faithful
Yeah.
servant.
Exactly.
That's all I need.
That's
I
right.
don't need you to come up and go, oh, that was so great. You're so awesome.
Yeah.
I don't need that shit.
And people, like I stated earlier, are not stupid. They can discern and see
Yeah, absolutely.
somebody that has their best interests at heart, and people that want to use them for their own purposes.
Right.
And there's a lot of that going on.
There sure is.
A lot of their own purposes. Well, and that's the dynamic. That's the, I think I heard it earlier, maybe it was last week, but I heard somebody talking. I don't remember what podcast I was listening to or what it was, is that, and it stuck with me that Americans are fiercely independent, but we weren't actually founded on that idea of independence. We were founded on that idea of being free.
Okay, yeah.
And being scripturally free is much different than actually being independent. If I'm independent, then I'm isolated and I'm by myself. But if I'm a free person, then I'm an integral part of we the people. I'm free and I have the dynamics of my freedom, but I am beholden to my neighbors, to my friends, because we're part of a community, meaning I value my freedom but I am not independent from you. You're dependent upon me. I'm dependent on you based on what our communal connections are. And it's subtle, but it's actually pretty profound to think about it from that aspect of the Republican Party. People tend to be extremely independent versus being free-minded. As your hat says, freedom is not free. We're of freedom. Well, in order for us to stand there and say freedom is not free and we had to fight for it, right? Was this like the Reagan quote? My Reagan quote. I don't know. Freedom, freedom is never no more than one generation away from extinction. It wasn't handed down to us in the blood. It's like, you got to fight for it. Well, that fight is not an independent fight. That is a collective fight. Now, we're free individuals, but we're not independent. The only time that we declared independence was as a group of colonies that declared independence from another nation state. We didn't declare independence from each other. We declared we the people are free. We're free
from the king.
But we the people. They emphasized we the people. And it was kind of interesting to think about that dynamic of, okay, wait. There's a brilliance in that. There's a brilliance in understanding that it's we the people who are free versus a bunch of independent people. I'm not independent of you.
Yeah.
I'm dependent upon you to one extent or another. And it's not a bad thing. I can become interdependent. There's all these other psychology dynamics that we can have. But me being free does not mean that I can go it alone. I can't be the great white woodsman and just ship off. No, I need you. You need me.
Yeah.
That's what makes us we the people. But my need doesn't supersede my freedom. But then my freedom can't be separate from my necessity to be connected with my community. And that's a very interesting dynamic. And we look at this, that the Republican Party in particular has become fiercely independent.
Well, let me I will say that the Dems have an advantage in that they are told you vote. They're told how to vote.
Right.
If you have any hopes of being reelected, and having any money to help you get reelected, you'll do as we tell you to do.
Right.
Well, that gives the impression that they're unified.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not unified. They're bullied.
Correct.
Where in the Republican Party, you have different segments in the party.
Yeah.
And there's going to be this back and forth and some friction.
Right.
And that's the nature of the way our party is constructed.
Well, I don't know where you were a delegate at, but in my precinct, it sure as hell didn't fly like that. If you didn't vote in lockstep with them, they're going to threaten you with litigation and throwing you out and all kinds of stuff. And this doesn't happen with one after another. The chairman of the the executive committee got ousted just like that 2 days before the county convention. That's the kind of shit that happens in Genesee County, and that's why I'm not involved with those assholes anymore. They consistently ask me to come back, and I'm like, yeah, you stick it right there. And I don't usually use that finger that often, but that's how I feel. Okay?
Really? I didn't know they had that level of corruption.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, but that's again, it's the dynamic of, again, you're talking about there's a collectivism on the Democrat side, but there's this fierce independence that then tries to control everybody, right?
Right.
I'm going to be fiercely independent as a leader of this party, but I'm going to try to control you to do what I want you to do. Well, you can't claim your independence and then force me to do what you want me to
fit
do.
in your mold.
That's why the brilliance of our founding fathers was it's we the people. We all have a collective interest in this. And we have to at least be unified to understand that. And it's not, we talk about the founding fathers, but the reality is it wasn't rosy.
No, it
I
wasn't.
mean, the Connecticut was what, 2 delegates? They refused. They were the last ones to join after the Articles of Confederation were superseded by the U.S. Constitution. They were the last ones. I would think it was Connecticut. They were the last ones to join, and they only joined by like 2 delegates. It was a very extremely narrow vote. Most of the colonies or the states wouldn't join or wouldn't sign off on the new Declaration of Independence unless a guaranteed Bill of Rights was put into place. And it was originally 12. We ratified 10. But they were like, we want this Bill of Rights automatically to add to the Constitution. And that's why they are so powerful and important, the 9th and 10th. You know, because they're like, listen, we're going to enumerate a bunch of these. But there's some of these that they're like, listen, man, just because it's fact 9th and 10th, right? The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. We weren't called citizens. I tried very hard to dance around that word, citizens or sovereigns or whatever the fuck people. It's the people. We're called the people.
Right.
You know. And then the 10th Amendment, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. They found that the 9th and 10th, I think, become to me just as powerful and as potent as the 1st and 2nd, but even more so because there's been so much erosions of our rights.
Exactly.
Because they're not respecting the 9th and 10th to say, look, man, just because they enumerated a lot in here. We don't use the 3rd, right? The non troops being quartered in housings. We don't. Who uses? It's been adjudicated once, I think, right? We use the 5th a lot, okay, but we only use part of the 5th. Obviously, the 2nd and the 1st are very important, but we don't. It's like, wait a minute. In fact, in the Constitution, it's like, look, if it's not constitutional, anything you pass is automatically null and void. That's not enforced.
Yeah, it's we the people, not we the government.
Or we the citizenry, or the whatever category. No, it's just straight up we the people. And we've lost that dynamic. And then you look at the parties and they just want to control and manipulate because they have their own agendas. As you said, they have their own egos. They want to control. They want to do all these dynamics. And we're sitting here watching this ebb and flow of a surge of precinct delegates. And then they get pissed off and offended because the party's fucking with them. And then it dwindles down again. And then people have a new resurgence or new crop of people come in, or Joe's pounding the pavement out there and recruiting a ton of people, and they're back into it again and they're in there. But the leadership is the problem. We have a uniparty, definitely at the top, at the highest levels. And we have a lot of egos and a lot of arrogance.
Well, let me
locally and statewide. No, I think Jim Rumstead is
I like
phenomenal.
Yeah,
I've met Jim a number of times, and he is one of the most conservative voters, and he's practical, solid. And when he ran for chair, he had my full support. And I think he will do the best he can within the parameters of the establishment organization that's there. But that doesn't mean he's going to be completely successful because he's fighting an uphill battle against a monster that has been growing for years.
Yeah, well, let me just get back to the we the people thing. Our founding fathers, it wasn't about we the government because our the structure of our government was based on if we were be a moral country.
The Adams quote. Yeah.
And so if we're going to be, and so our laws are going to be based on morality.
Yes.
And the ability to live that reality out. And so they realized that the rights came from God. They were God-given rights.
Correct.
And so that's why they said, we the people, because they realize that the people got their rights from God.
Well, and that's why I hammer on it on a regular basis. It was so cool. Shane Trejo brought a number of people from a couple guys from the Kalamazoo area and one over from over here. It was the one that you responded last week to the guys sitting here. What did we call that? Delegates Bill of Rights. And it was awesome. The one guy, drawing a blank on his name, I can see his face. Anyways, but talking about, he said unalienable. And that's another thing that we've lost language. Language has been debauched.
Yeah.
It's been perverted. And we say, everybody says among these certain unalienable, everybody goes inalienable rights. Nobody knows what that means. Tell me what inalienable means. What was it? It's not alien to you. I don't. They hear inalienable and they don't even know what it means. There's a joke in one of the Star Trek movies. He's like, we believe that all creatures have inalienable human rights. And it's the Klingon response that says, listen to you. You said inalienable. The very word is racist against aliens. And it's like, it's hilarious to me because the word is unalienable.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the Constitution?
Yes, it's unalienable.
Yeah.
We pronounce it.
Unalienable.
We've been pronouncing it inalienable,
Yeah.
but it's unalienable.
So what's the definition of that then?
Okay, so if I build you a new house and you don't pay me,
Thanks for asking that. I wanted to.
so if I build you a new house and you don't pay me, I put a lien on your property
Right.
and you can't occupy the property or do certain things with
Right.
it until you pay me off. I put a lien on it.
Right.
But if it's unalienable,
If you go and buy a new vehicle, right? They give you a car note that is called a lien. That means you
Right.
cannot sell it or trade it
Yeah.
until you
Okay.
pay off the lien.
But what's the political application?
So here's the dynamic is that my rights from God
I knew. I thought
are
that was
not
okay.
lienable.
Yep.
They're unalienable. You
You
cannot
cannot lose them.
you cannot encumber them or restrict them
Right.
by putting a lien on them.
Right. I thought
So
that's what it
so
was.
when there's a house, you have a house, right? Right now,
Yeah.
property taxes are an abomination in this country and a scourge on us. They should have never been enacted anywhere and allowed to fester. But if you don't pay your property tax, what do? They come and put a tax lien on your house.
Thank you, Woodrow Wilson.
So I think, but it's also called a lien on stuff for the Law Enforcement Information Network, LEIN. So we need to differentiate.
No, it's the same.
So
You have to
it's
realize that the Constitution was written in 17th century.
right
English.
but that's why I'm asking you. Is it LEIN?
It's alienable. So if something's alienable, that means it's subject to having a lien put on it. It's alienable.
So where's that at
So if it's
in the Constitution
Declaration of Independence.
or Declaration? Okay.
That among these are certain rights that are unalienable.
Okay.
But we say inalienable, and nobody knows what the fuck we're saying.
Thank you for that clarification, Professor.
You're welcome. I do my best. Second paragraph. Let me get to it. Where's my highlighted at?
They could use him at Hillsdale College.
Oh,
they could. Yeah.
so
So
Teach a class on
Where's it?
fundamental.
rights.
I actually took a couple courses. That's a great
Yeah.
resource.
Says in the Declaration of Independence are
You want
fundamental
campus or do it
God-given
online?
rights
Online.
that cannot be taken away, surrendered, or transferred.
correct.
I got
Yeah, Declaration of Independence. So unalienable. But I make a very strong point of saying unalienable. Where the hell is it at in this paragraph? I have it highlighted. Right there. So they say, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. So when you say inalienable, right, it is even an incorrect pronunciation of the letters. Inalienable would have an I.
Right.
Well, right here, I can show you the Declaration of Independence, my copy right here. It's a UNA, unalienable.
That makes sense logically.
100%.
So this is strange. So I just looked up the pronunciation of it.
Mm-hmm.
So it says most commonly pronounced with 6 syllables, unalienable. Unalienable.
Able.
This says unable. Unalienable.
It's wrong. It's
And then
wrong.
it says unalienable.
Well, I can get
That's
my
weird. That's like a.
That
that's-
must be
You're making my
that
Webster's-
must be a Google interpretation.
I can get my
So-
Webster's
So
1828 over there.
Merriam-Webster says, yeah, that's what you need is an older, which I think I have that on my phone still, the older version.
I have 2 or 3 different links.
N. So this says Merriam-Webster N. A. That's so hard to say. Unalienable. So they're saying that's the new probably Merriam-Webster though.
Yeah, they changed the definitions. I mean,
I know, yeah.
ask a couple skateboarders what being sick
So
means.
while I'm gonna see if I have that dictionary still on here. But you know, it's like so many other things. It's like they treat, and I've heard them say this before, that some people refer to the Constitution as being fluid. It's a fluid document.
Yeah,
And I mean, how ridiculous is it that we have the Supreme Court right now hearing an argument
What's going on
About-
with the gay fish?
mail-in ballots?
I was
He's
getting
looking
my
for a book.
1828. My wife has it up at the house.
Oh, okay.
So I have it on my phone, but
Yeah.
We have the
That's the
Supreme
problem
Court
is
right now
they keep-
hearing a case
Yes.
about mail-in ballots because they keep collecting ballots after
So-
the election day. Our Constitution says the day of election, one day.
100%.
And
And-
how
and-
crazy it is.
Well,
is
and
it
they
that
keep
have
saying that the Constitution is flexible and
It's a living,
it's a
breathing
living, breathing
yes.
document. And I disagree 100%.
Absolutely.
Me too.
Two places. One,
They can manipulate it.
it's not a breathing, living document because number one, Scripture says that the letter kills. Okay, that's 2 Corinthians chapter 3. The letter kills, but the Spirit gives life. Okay, so the letter kills. What that means is anything written down. You write an affidavit when you go to court. If you're charged with a crime, they want you to write your testimony out. Why? Because the letter, your testimony kills. An officer, if he writes you a ticket, he has to write down a description of what happened to kill any argument that would come against it. That's what affidavits are, the most powerful use of your, when you have to go to court, an affidavit is the most powerful thing you can have. It is evidence.
That's why they do depositions. too.
100%, because
Yeah.
they want to write that down
Yeah.
and have you sign off on it.
And it has
Because
to be
that's-
witnessed and notarized.
Exactly. It's a written down. Okay. So number one, the letter kills. So when you have the Constitution written down for us and signed, that kills any attack on it because the letter kills. Right. Secondarily, when they say that the Constitution is living, then why did the founding fathers in their wisdom put in the process of amendment? If the Constitution is at the whims of whoever's interpreted it, why did they put in the process to
2/3.
amend the language or to add to the Constitution if it was so easily and
Right.
freely interpreted as being living? Why would I need to have a
Exactly.
dynamic of amendment to the Constitution if the
Exactly.
Constitution was fluid and could do whatever it wanted?
Is that why is it 2/3 majority?
2/3 of the states.
Right.
And that's why I love the 9th and 10th again, is because the 9th and 10th are like, look, just because we didn't write this down in here doesn't mean you can put a lien on other rights that are God-given by the people.
Mhm.
You can't You can't just, these are retained by the people. In fact, I love that language. It's like, these are retained by the people.
Yeah.
You know, I'll read that in a second, Kim.
It just, it doesn't say the pronunciation. It just says the
Yeah.
definition.
Enumeration of the, just because we wrote down this Constitution, of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. And then the 10th, the powers delegated to the United States, delegated by the Constitution, nor prohibited to it by the states. What did that mean? Delegated by the Constitution, nor prohibited by the states. Why? Because the states were more sovereign and more powerful than the central government at the time of this document being implemented. Okay, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. They knew, they were like, look, you know what's living and breathing? The people and their right. And if something comes up, we should be defaulting to their rights before we ever go back and try to have some new interpretation of the Constitution to disparage or deny rights by the people.
These people were brilliant.
They were brilliant. They didn't have a concept of a telephone, of an automobile, of an airplane, of any of that stuff back then. So as we progress forward, now Congress writes a whole bunch of shitty laws, right? TSA bullshit, and you gotta have a plate on your car, and we gotta do all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
That was never, Ma Bell is under, it's like none of that shit's in here, but they disparaged it and denied different things or put a tax on it.
And now a lot of, like, it doesn't say the.
But it breaks it down, right?
Not really. It just shows.
Is that Webster's 1828? I can pull it up on my computer.
Yeah, it's Webster's 1828. It just says the definition, though.
Yeah, that's what I love. Unalienable. Not alienable. That cannot be, and they say alienated. Alienated.
That's not what.
That's
not
how
the way that word would be pronounced. So with an I
today,
before the E.
Right. They would say not alienated. Well,
no, I'm saying with the I, it's ALIEN ABLE.
Alienable?
If it was alienable, that's what I was asking before. It would be not I before E, I don't think.
Be switched around?
I before so. E except after C.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's the problem is we've debauched we've debauched the language to the point that people don't know the words they're using.
Well,
I have a question about what you just said about the states versus federal. So working on all this election stuff, there's states like New York. In New York, they stopped allowing people to get cast vote records, which are the records that show exactly what happens inside the machines. And so the guy that I work with in New York, he filed a lawsuit in his county against his county to get the cast vote records. And they said, nope, state law says you can't have them. And we just happen to have David Clements with us, which you guys might know who he is. He's worked on election fraud for a long time, made a documentary, which I've talked about on here before. And he's an attorney. And when they said that, he just went like this, picked up his phone, showed him the federal law that overrides state law.
Yep.
And says cast vote records are open to the people. And so we have a lot of laws like that now where the federal law supersedes the state law. So I'm wondering how, in your opinion, like how does that?
That's the usurpation of, so we had a constitution written to restrain government, both state and federal. So that's why each state has its own independent constitution to restrain government and let government know what their limitations are and to empower the people. So that means that there has been a constant and consistent usurpation of that. It's in our Declaration of Independence. When a long train of usurpations. Yeah. Because usurpation is not new.
Well, I think what so many people don't know is that how many, isn't it like 3 things that our federal government was supposed to even do? Like only 3 things and now?
Yeah.
Well,
Protect
their majors to protect the citizens of
The
the
border.
United States and protect the border.
Yeah.
That was,
regulate interstate commerce, protect the border, and provide for the national tranquility or whatever, however they phrase, what the phrases, provide for the welfare, right?
Yeah.
Which has become a welfare program now.
yeah.
Not, they were never supposed to, you know, they've used the clause and we figured it out the other day, the 5th Amendment, the eminent domain clause dynamic to just, oh, this is good for the public.
Eminent domain is scary.
We're just gonna take your land and force you off of it, and then give you fair value for it.
They're doing that in New York big time right now.
Oh, dude,
Taking
Mandami,
people's
you know
land.
what? But I'll tell you what, New York City has been I mean, it goes back way beyond Tammany Hall, but it goes back to the 1800s, how corrupt it was. But I as hard as it's going to be on people and as difficult as it's going to be, I want to see these blue cities crumble.
Implode.
I want to see them
Yeah,
implode.
that's exactly what I
Because
was thinking.
there's no redeeming some of these places. They've gotten to a certain point where there's no redemption.
Well, I think
And when you
that's what
hire
Trump is.
Mandami, or when
I think that's what Trump's doing too, like with Mamdani.
it's letting
just-
him crumble.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think there's some huge dynamics there. It's like, you know what? I want some of these places to fail.
hmm
Not because
Good.
I want people to be hurt, but because there's no, at a certain point, you can't redeem it. You have to let it become a phoenix. You have to let it burn. And from the ashes, hope something new grows.
How did we
One
get
of
to
the
that
biggest-
point?
One of the biggest crime cities in the country, Chicago.
Mhm.
Well, Illinois is trying to implement a new law that says that if you own a weapon, you have to buy ammunition that has serial numbers on it. If you are caught with ammunition that is not serialized, it's $1,000 fine per round.
Yeah. What's the other state that's trying to do
Colorado.
is trying to do
Well,
a price
West-
per round?
West Virginia, I think,
Tax per
has
round.
like one of the most severe bills they're trying to introduce for gun control right now too.
And they're trying to
Colorado
trying
is
to do a
trying-
tax per round.
Yeah.
Like 5%,
Well,
5 cents
5
per
cents a round, yeah.
Yeah, ridiculous. And we were in Dunham's and Rural King over the weekend, and I was amazed because just range rounds, 9mm, were 19, $20, right? And I haven't shopped or looked at the prices in quite a while. It was like there was boxes there, Blazer range rounds, 9mm for $20 or for $13.
Hmm.
I was like,
Really?
$13. And then we go over to Rural King and there's some other brands, a little bit of off brands, and they were $12.50. And I'm like, dude, we could pick up some stock
cheap.
ups on some ammo, right?
Yeah.
It was just 9mm, but I was just there observing. And I'm thinking, but I'm looking at, they're trying to do everything they can to subvert and suppress the will of the people. What was the question you were asking, Joe, just a minute ago?
You said, when do we get to that
Yeah.
point?
How did we get to that point?
How did we get to this
Yeah.
point?
What point?
It's
Where
the communist
Good-
dynamics.
the blue cities, you mean?
It's the communist playbook of a slow incremental encroachment. It's slow. It's very slow. And that's part of the problem that I have with the huge uniparty is we sit here and we fight over, should we vote for this rhino Republican who made it to the general or not vote for them? Nobody gives a shit. The agenda keeps moving forward. No matter who the fuck's in there, no matter what's going on, the agenda keeps moving forward that they're going to pass more legislation to restrict more stuff, and so, okay, this time it's a Republican, majority, and next time it's going to be a Democrat majority. But you know what? What's happening is we're all paying more taxes than we've ever paid
Yep.
in the history of this country.
And they're blowing it out
But-
like crazy.
and they're spending on all sorts of shit. You watched how quickly Elon came in there with the Doge group, and they exposed all sorts of shit, and how quickly they were shuffled out. To even Trump's credit, that he wanted them in there and he wanted them to expose us. They could not get them out of there fast enough because they're exposing all the bullshit. And I was just reading it's one of the articles that I wanted to pull up tonight.
He came in on a limited term, but I heard they were maybe going to bring Doge back. But the fact that Nick Shirley has been in California and
Exposing
in
shit.
Minnesota, like just young kid,
Yeah.
Brandon Tatum.
Oh, he keeps
has
going and
security
exposing.
for him now.
Yeah.
Brandon Tatum is providing security for him.
Nice. So look at this article here. Bug out. The insect farming industry is collapsing, and the reasons aren't hard to guess. Yes, the reasons aren't hard to guess, but most people don't realize this dynamic is USA right here. USAID,
Yeah.
which is one of the things that
Doge.
exposed.
Right.
Okay. Well, this was propped up. The bug industry. You're going to have bug protein. All right. Well, for those of you in Ann Arbor that don't know, bug protein is fucking horrible for you. Look it up. When they crush down the look at that, those bugs, okay? Your body is not designed to eat bugs. And those shells on those bugs, no matter how finely they grind them into a powder, is toxic and cancerous to you. My chickens can eat them. The goats can eat them. A whole bunch of other critters out there can eat them and process them because their bodies are designed by God to do that. But you are not. You and I are not. Okay? So when they grind bugs into a meal, into a protein, it's automatically cancerous and has a whole bunch of other side effects.
So if it goes to the chicken, then doesn't that contaminate us?
No, because their body processes it. Think about it
Okay.
from this way. A cow has 4 stomachs. Why? Why does a cow have 4 stomachs?
Because it eats grass. Yeah.
And they say, I've heard people tell me, oh, because they're so inefficient. No, they're breaking down that complex grass protein and they're turning it into sweet fucking butter and sour cream and milk and cheese and all sorts of great stuff for me. I love it.
So
now, if we can get it
this
raw,
goes right along with, why don't you hear about global warming hardly anymore?
because they need the data centers.
That's right.
So yeah, this one's huge. Talking about this is why. So the insect farming is being hurt by the AID being nixed on some of this stuff.
Yep.
But look, I wanted to read it in this article. It was talking about a whole bunch of other ones. I wanted to get to it in this part of the article. There was a whole bunch of different pork that was in here, not just these plant-based meats, plant-based eggs. All right, nobody wants to eat these, right? These plant-based garbage. I mean, it's horrible stuff, dude, right? The cruel mockery of Mother Nature. But look at this. This is an ad. I'm not going to play the ad, but this is the one where Dad's at the refrigerator. And the thing is, so he's like the most notable example of this barf-inducing help dad campaign with the oat milk Oatly, right? And so the dad's walking up just to get a drink of fucking milk, and his kids are shaming him for drinking actual milk. And they're like, why don't you drink oat milk, Dad? So it's a way to right here, look at this. Unsurprisingly, despite the marketing research that suggests it is the best way of marketing, and insects and consumers aren't buying it. So as long as there's a free market mechanism driving what ends up on store shelves, consumers will keep buying the real thing instead. So it's this idea that suggests, so it didn't work up here, these alternative proteins, cockroach milk. Look at that. We're told
That's what I was
cockroach
like,
milk is
a
Cockroach
second ago,
milk.
I saw that.
eating crickets instead of chicken to save the planet for boiling. People aren't fucking buying it, dude. but they found out that they couldn't appeal to these people. Click it back up there. They couldn't appeal to these people through, hey, eat some reasoning, yeah, some good cockroach milk. So they turned to shaming, and that's what that whole YouTube video. How long is it?
Who owns that company? Do you know?
I don't know. They're a bunch of
Oatly?
fucking horrible people.
Probably Bill Gates.
Let me see it. Let's see what it is. He's sneaking in the fridge. Gonna put a thing of milk in there.
What have we here? Cow's milk. Really?
Need help talking to Dad about milk?
Wow.
You know what? Actually, that's sickening to me.
It is sickening, dude. It's sick
because that's what they're doing to our children.
100%.
In school, in college, you can go enter college as a solid Christ-fearing Christian, solid in your beliefs, in your faith, and come out of college as a
libtard.
Well, and I think that's a deeper answer.
Atheist.
I think that's a deeper answer to your question. How did we get here? They started many, many years ago. They're in it for the long haul.
Oh, they've been doing Christian education for the last 250 years.
Education, and now even like little 2 and 3 year olds. Have you seen some of the books that have come out for kids?
They're horrible.
Transgender,
and that's
like
why I push back. I love Larry, but that's why I push back on Larry. I go, dude, I don't give a shit what Slotkin or Rogers or any of these other people. What's going on with our school board?
Leadership.
What's going on with our school board right here? Because they're the ones, the boots on the ground.
Yeah.
You know, most politicians have no fucking clue what happens locally in our school districts unless it's brought to their attention. You know what? You know who is in charge of there? Superintendents, school boards.
Getting paid $250,000 a year for what?
For what?
Yeah, exactly.
And has to throw a fit
and
on there
making
because
videos, reading the book about the transgender.
right. But we still got that fucking guy sitting in office. No, come on.
Are you ready for this?
Not
Oatly Group AB is a publicly. Before I read that, I should make sure it's the same company.
Publicly traded.
Oatly Group.
The Oatly Group.
I better make sure it's the same.
By the way, Kim, what part of the election process do you deal with?
So we have taken boards of elections records and analyzed them. We have a data team of 95 people with lots of experience and analyze them to just look at the numbers and see if they are what they should be. And we have.
Would you say, are you familiar with a friend of mine, Pat Kolbeck?
Yeah, I know Pat. Yep.
Did
He's
either
done a
one
lot
of you
work here in Michigan?
Yes.
Did either one of you turn into? Do you guys either one of you turn into Infowars?
I do on occasion. I can't take all his flipping ads.
So,
but yeah, sometimes.
Well, I'll tell you a little secret. Do it on Rumble. Start an hour after it starts.
And then
like the noon show.
I do that. Yeah.
Click on Rumble and then rewind an hour. And then as soon as it hits an ad, grab your phone and hit fast forward to the ads. Because I buy a shit ton of the products. I'm wholeheartedly in on all the products.
Yeah.
But I hear the ads over and I don't want to hear the ads over and over again. I get it. You get burnt out. So that's my strategy. Is I wait about an hour, sometimes just a half an hour into the show.
Oh, okay.
And then I rewind the show and then I hit the buttons. Because he's on terrestrial radio. That's the problem. Is he's on terrestrial radio and he has hard breaks and they play their own ads during those breaks if you're streaming it. On a radio station, you would have heard the local ad during that time, right? But on the stream, you're hearing those breaks. And he's talked about it multiple times. But my whole point is, Alex has been off the last week and part of this week, okay? And Patrick Byrne was on today. and he's the one that used to own I can't remember what company he owned.
He owned Overstock.com.
Yes. And he was going over huge about the Dominion machines and a bunch of the other stuff
Yeah,
like that.
I told you about that a few weeks ago. Remember with the
Well, I'm saying,
two
but he was
guys
just
that
recently talking
testified
about
and
some of the
And being tied
Some of the
into
lawsuits.
computers, being on the internet.
right, but he was talking
Oh,
about
yeah, I mean,
some of the
they're-
huge lawsuits that are actually starting to come down and filter through, and the exposure that's
So-
coming through.
Patrick Byrne. He tends to jump on other people's stuff a lot, like attach himself to other people's
Well,
data.
he was pulling up tons
But-
of documents when I was listening today.
Right. So I told you about the book about the elections with the two guys that the one guy supposedly moved out of the country for a year and all kinds of stuff, but it's absolutely clear that it's not only Dominion machines, it's all the machines. They all
yes.
use the same software.
Yeah.
It's all corrupt. They all flip votes.
Well, he was talking
Um,
about the ones that come straight from China
hmm
they're straight up corrupt.
Programmed to cheat.
Backdoors, everything.
And so you can, there's a book, I can't remember the name of it. I have it at home, but that these two guys wrote, but it goes through the whole history of Dominion and the machines. And have you ever heard of a guy named Joel Altman?
No.
So he was on a call, and he owns like some tech companies and stuff. And he was on a call 5-6 years ago, and he was just looking for some Antifa reporters, and somebody like kind of got him onto the call. Like he wasn't really supposed to be there, but they got him on the call. And he heard someone on the call saying they were talking about Trump getting elected, and he said, "Trump will not be elected. I made fucking damn sure of it." And so Joe figured out that was Eric Coomer, who was, he didn't fully own Dominion, but he was like the engineer of the systems architecture or something, and owns patents and stuff for the company. Well, Joe Ullman started coming out and talking about it. And then that's when Dominion sued Fox News and everything. And now, about 3-4 weeks ago, Eric Coomer finally admitted
That he
that
was
it's true, that he's worked with foreign companies. So Joel Ullman has lost millions and millions of dollars.
what
Mike
per-
Lindell has lost millions.
Right.
Patrick Byrne supposedly like millions of dollars these
Yep,
people
yep.
have lost trying to save our country. And
Well,
Mike
look
Lindell
at-
is one of the ones I feel the worst for, because
Yeah.
he's been taken to the cleaners.
But he'll survive. And
He
another
will.
one, because she got a little bit bombastic about stuff, but the Kraken chick,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, Sidney Powell.
Sydney Powell. Yeah, there's been a bunch of
She's
them
been
that
vindicated too.
100%.
So is Joel Altman.
And that's the dynamic that true.
How about the mayor?
Yeah.
America's mayor. What's his name? The attorney who was for Trump. New York mayor.
Oh, Giuliani.
Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, they took
100
everything.
Was 198 million or something.
They took everything from his house except Hunter's laptop hard drive.
They even wanted to take, I don't know if they were successful, but he had like an old watch from his grandfather or
Yeah.
something. Everything.
they
Oh, yeah.
took it, cleaned them up.
So,
How
Except
about
the laptop.
how about the Pat Colbeck, a 2-term state senator, is maligned by a current state senator, saying that if anybody espouses a view that the election was stolen, should be investigated. A Republican seating
Yeah.
senator
Mhm.
saying that a previous 2-term Republican state senator should be investigated.
who said that about him?
Lana Tice.
Oh, she's a
Oh.
sweetheart. She only spent $1.2 million to run against a $20,000 campaign put up by
Against Dittmer, yeah,
Larry and Detmer.
yeah,
Do you know who Fani is?
yeah, I sure do,
So-
yeah, and Tim Vetter,
Yeah, I've worked with Tim a lot.
yeah,
So Fani is going to be on Jeremy's podcast soon. Who was it? The woman that was here that we were saying. Remember, I was in the chat. She was here and saying she mentioned Fani, one of the ones running for Secretary of State, I think, a couple weeks ago.
Monica.
I don't remember who it was, but I said in the chat that
Amanda?
I knew Fani too, and she was saying she wanted to get him on your podcast.
Oh, okay.
So Fani
Yeah.
wasn't even a citizen yet, and he's doing more for our country
Yeah.
than most Americans.
Him and Tim Vetter are amazing.
Yes, Tim Vetter is a really good guy. He actually
Yep.
worked with
You gotta
the
warn me
group that
about your
I'm with
coughs,
now,
Patrick.
but now
Sorry.
he's only working in Michigan. So
Right.
I know,
But
buddy. You're still recovering.
the group that I'm with now, I'm state director for Unite for Freedom. We
Need to get something to
What's the
drink.
name of the?
Unite for Freedom.
Okay.
We're in 35 states now. We've analyzed data in 35 states.
Uh-huh.
Our COO used to be NSA. His resume is absolutely stellar. But we don't focus on the machines. We focus on only the data analysis.
Uh-huh.
We're all over X right now. We are pounding X hard. Like we actually trended finally.
You're pounding
last
it
week.
hard.
Our group did behave.
Don't
Jeremy.
get the
Behave,
guys in
behave.
chat excited. So Tim's getting after me a little bit in chat because Teddy's not here and Larry's not here to monitor chat. He was saying earlier the Constitution, the power to tax and spend for the common defense and general welfare of the United States, the power to regulate commerce, the power to declare war. Those are that's really the only dynamics that the federal government has, and they've usurped and usurped and usurped to try to gain central power. He said that the Oatly company is owned by.
Yeah, I have that here to read.
Read that.
I'll just read it.
Very-
Oatly is a publicly traded company with a diverse ownership structure, heavily backed by Verlin Invest, a Belgian private equity firm, and Chinese state-owned entity, which together hold a large stake. Other major investors include Blackstone Group, Verlinvest, and Industrifanden, and notable individuals like Oprah Winfrey and Jay-Z. That's the
They're a
company,
Belgian.
the ad that he played.
They're a
Yeah.
Belgian. What's Belgian? Oh, wasn't that gold member? Is he Belgian? Was he Belgian or what was that?
No idea.
You got me.
Belgian. Tuck that one earbud, Kim, into your shirt. The lower one.
Oh, okay.
Tuck it. Just drop it into your shirt
Into my shirt.
because it keeps hitting your microphone.
Calm down. Who's ever in the chat?
And also that earbud will go over to the microphone and create the feedback, the squeak.
okay.
So thank you. Yeah. So Belgium. That's a. He's Faja. Hello, Maja. Hello, Faja. It's gold member with gold member. Gold member.
You know, going right along
Oh, mother, father.
with
What?
the ad and the way that the school, the stuff they've done in the schools, and the way that what we were talking about, how the left, they seemingly are in lockstep.
Yeah.
So I really I forgot to even tell you that Randy and I relaunched our podcast last week.
Okay.
And so there's a guy I want to tell you about. His name's Gary. His podcast is Paramount Tactical. And he's been talking about
Out of Texas?
This a lot. I think he's in West Virginia.
West Virginia.
But
I get confused with the Texas guy. He's won a bunch of Supreme Court cases for bump stocks and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. What's his
Not
name?
Paramount Tactical. He's black guy out of Texas. Been phenomenal.
Okay.
Bump stock. He's won a couple different Supreme Court cases that have
Well,
been huge.
So I don't know if you've heard any of the stuff going on with Candace Owens. And I think I
Not the
brought
most
this
recent.
I think I brought this up maybe when I was the last time or two that I was here about the stuff in the chat. and how all the sock puppets, didn't I bring that up here about all the
Possibly, yeah.
sock puppet accounts and stuff, which are people behind the accounts, but they're these people that might have like 100 phones and they have all these different accounts, so there's
Yeah,
actually a real
ridiculous.
person behind it.
It's all AstroTurf.
Yeah, and so that right now is very significant, and it's changing people's minds about all of the Charlie Kirk stuff. And it turns out, did you hear that most likely Joe Kent leaked the text messages from Andrew Colvett to Candace Owens and
No.
other information to Candace Owens probably?
No.
And she's had about Charlie Kirk's death, and now he came out today and said he will testify. He's willing to testify in that trial for the defense to show, like, to support the fact that Tyler did not kill Charlie.
Okay. And there's a lot more behind it.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's just so Andrew Colvett passed those text messages on
Kent also
to
said
him
that,
privately, and
Yeah.
he shared them with Candace Owens.
and Kent also said that he was the one there that, or he exposed that they were blocking the investigation into Charlie Kirk's death. The FBI.
That's not true. Did you hear Bongino?
I don't listen to Bongino.
Bongino isn't my favorite.
Bongino lost
okay?
all credibility with me when he lied about Epstein.
I'm not saying anything about that. All I'm saying is that Bongino said on the air, he said, Joe Kent said, basically Joe Kent, number one, he wrote his letter to the president, which he shouldn't have done. The president is not his boss. Tulsi Gabbard is. Number two, he threw President Trump under the bus. Like, do you really think Trump is going to be led around by the nose by anyone? So, which is basically what he said in his resignation letter. He posts his resignation letter on X, and then bam, 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 he's on Tucker, he's with Candace at an event, and he's on Megyn Kelly. Boom, boom, boom. Like within a couple of days after his resignation. And what was my other point? His job, that was outside of the purview of his job. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Bongino said, you said that you weren't being allowed to have information about that investigation. Well, it turns out Joe Kent has been being squeezed out of meetings and stuff because he's being investigated for leaking information. And so that's what they do. They'll squeeze you out, right? And Bongino said, I personally invited you to the meetings for information on the Charlie Kirk case, and you did not show up.
I haven't heard that personally myself, but my problem with Bongino is he came right out and told us that there was nothing to see in the Epstein files, and there's a shit ton to see in the Epstein files that have been released ever since.
See, I mean, I've
listened
listened
to
Cash Patel.
I listened to both of those guys tell me for years that there was a shit ton to see.
Yeah.
And then a month into their terms in the FBI, they said nothing to see here. Nothing.
Somebody's
nothing
got
on.
something on them.
And I go,
Gary,
wait a minute.
Gary on Paramount Tactical says he's gone through the files, and he said there's a lot of stuff in there, but there's a lot of hearsay, and there's not really anything that's prosecutable.
All right.
So I don't know if that's what, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm not. I don't know.
Even that, for somebody to say that they've gone through the files, they've only released 3 million emails of several, potentially up to a couple billion, whatever the fuck it was. There's huge numbers. So for somebody to say that they've gone through it, I'm like,
wait. I didn't say he went through them all. I said he's been going through them. So that's just what he's seen so far. I'm not saying that he said he went through all of them.
So there's other people that have gone through a ton of other areas, and they made it really fucking hard to go through them. and you have to have certain search engine, you can only do like 10 pages at a time. There's a whole bunch of hurdles in there. But what I've seen from independent people that have published different things, it's fucking horrible. And to have Bongino and Patel tell me that, go publicly and say, there's nothing to see here, he killed himself.
Well, I mean,
He never trafficked
I've never
any,
been much of a
there were no
Bongino
clients.
fan
He was the
either. I'm
biggest
just
sex
saying,
trafficker in the world.
Yeah.
But we can't tell you there was nobody he trafficked these people to, these
But-
women to.
But I have to
How
ask,
does that work?
why would Trump say there's nothing to it?
Because
Epstein files.
I
because
think
they poisoned the well by putting stuff in, because the Biden administration. So here's the thing. They impeached him twice.
Right.
If he was guilty
They
of
looked
anything,
they couldn't find anything.
they would have published that and went after him in his first term.
Right.
There was nothing there.
right.
Then they seeded it, just like they did with the Russian collusion bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
They
Mhm.
put a bunch of false information in there. And then all of a sudden they put it out, and he got pissed because he's like, that's all a bunch of fucking lies about me and my wife in there. And I don't want to fucking see it.
Yeah.
And instead of coming right out and saying, you know what, they're all guilty, and they've put some bullshit in there, which will be proved out to be bullshit, he doubled down on saying, there's nothing to see here. Right?
Right.
That's why he did that, and it backfired on him. Most of his best advisors were telling him not to portray it that way, and to just say, no, put it all out there.
Yeah.
So this is, So anyways, going back to Bongino, I you know what? Again, Bongino, I didn't listen to him before he ran.
Yeah, I didn't either. I don't listen to
But-
him. I only saw the little clips of him. I'm not a fan of his really either. I'm just saying, my statements were mostly about Joe Kent. Like,
And my
What are you doing,
thing
dude?
with Joe Kent is, okay, we can cast aspersions on the way he resigned, but the fact is he was consistent in saying, we shouldn't be doing this. The Joint Chiefs of Staff in mass said we shouldn't be going after Iran.
you know
Now we're
what? A
dealing
year
with
and a
that.
half ago, he was all about it.
Not true.
Can
I heard videos of him saying it. He was all about it.
He was not about this. He was about that strategic strike that we did, that Trump said from his own mouth would be a one and done strategic strike on their nuclear capability, and we would be done with it, and we wouldn't have to deal with them for 30 years. Trump said that.
Right.
Yes, most of his staff was on board for a one and done strike on a nuclear
Do you
facility
mean now or a year and a half ago?
a year and a half ago when he made
Okay.
the statement. Patrick, you're not back on. A year and a half ago when they made that statement, it was a
Mhm.
one and done strike
Need that bunker buster.
that we wouldn't
thing.
have to deal with Iran for
Right.
30 years. Less than a year and a half later, now we've got to go in there and
Well, and then
obliterate the whole
Tulsi-
country.
And Tulsi said what she said too. She said that they eliminated the threat completely, and then she said they didn't. So I mean, if they thought they did and then they didn't, they should just freaking say that. Like, we thought we got it all and we didn't. So we screwed up.
Right.
Right.
It
But-
makes him sound disingenuous. It does.
100%.
Yes,
100%.
It does.
And I'll tell you what, I've listened to multiple generals over the years, that came out and got into the theater of war that they were getting into. And they're the first ones to tell you the last thing you want to do is go to war.
Yeah.
Because it's violent,
Right.
it destroys things. And so you've got people that are, what are you looking at over there, Joe?
I'm looking at, we were talking about the election integrity. I just wanted to share this with you for Chris Long's, see what you think of this perspective.
You're dropping his name pretty heavy. I'm sure I'm going to get a fucking text tomorrow about, you talked a lot about me on the show. Well, dude, you sent out fucking emails attacking the delegates instead of attacking the leadership.
Let me see what you think about this. To capitalize the strategy required, taking over, the delegates taking over different districts or whatever. It says, enter the term rhino, weaponized to label anyone who didn't fully embrace Trump's 2020 claims or who accepted the certified results. Suddenly, the battlefield flipped upward. The real threat was no longer just Democrats in blue cities. It was the corrupt establishment inside the Republican Party, the county chairs who certified results, the legislatures who voted to accept the Electoral College slate, and state party officers who prioritized, I'm still not getting that word right, party unity, party unity over endless recounts and lawsuits. The longtime volunteers who dared to say we fought hard, but the courts ruled. These people weren't opponents, they were traitors. They did nothing to stop the steal. They, in parentheses, sold out the voters.
What?
That's what he's saying that
In 2022?
Yeah, and that the delegates.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, that the delegates
The
were.
alternate electors were indicted by the fucking state attorney general.
Yeah.
How many other people do you think are going to stick their head up and fight for finding out what happened in the fucking election?
Yeah.
The vast majority of them went, holy shit, they're coming after all of us. I'm out.
So what was Chris Long saying?
What was he saying, Joe? Tell us your opinion.
He was saying that what I get from it is that the election wasn't tainted, that it was a honest election.
Oh, because everybody backed off.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that's not what I
yeah.
got out of it, but
What'd you
is
get
that
out
what-
of it?
Read it again.
Okay.
Read give us the cliff notes.
Okay, he's talking about the 2020 election claims or who accepted the certified results.
Oh, because they
were like
accepted the
enemy.
certification.
Yeah. They were,
I can guarantee you Larry's brought up multiple times. Was it Oakland County?
Yeah.
Or Wayne County? One of the counties next to us, where they specifically did not have both all four signatures, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats.
It took Patrick Colbert 4 years to get that certificate by FOIA.
for
Yeah, the certificate didn't have the signatures on it.
Right. It took him 4 years to get it.
There were multiple people that didn't do it. There was Carla Wagner, who's
the accent tax. Yeah.
right. Wasn't she the one with the wheelbarrow?
She's run for governor.
I know, but wasn't she the one with the wheelbarrow on the floor?
It was the woman that you had here.
Oh, it was
that
Peters.
I met.
It was
No.
Genevieve?
Genevieve Peters.
Yes.
Genevieve Peters Scott.
Okay,
Yeah. So Genevieve Peters Scott, she had the wheelbarrow and showed up on the floor with all the signed affidavits of all the fraud. She had to wheel that wheelbarrow into Lansing, right?
Yeah.
We got all this fucking information.
But
for him to act like, no, because everybody went along with it, there can't be any malfeasance.
I think what he was saying is the delegates were naive in saying that there was no fraud, and they used that to overrun the party.
The delegates are the number one group of people that said there was fucking fraud.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I haven't met a delegate yet. Patrick, have you met a delegate yet? An honest delegate that didn't say there was fucking fraud?
No.
The fuck is he
Yeah,
talking
no.
about?
Can I see it?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Get some, Kim.
Yeah.
The post-2020 election landscape provided the perfect situation to exploit. As I already stated, millions of Americans were furious, disillusioned, and convinced the election had been stolen. That widespread anger created a massive pool of motivated, emotionally charged individuals ready to be recruited. Influence operations and grifters didn't have to invent the grievance, they simply had to channel it.
Oh, so he's saying that all of the delegates that came in 2022 were all disillusioned, just angry delegates who didn't want to support the party and go along with everything.
And they used the election as a reason for their anger.
So
and overthrowing the establishment.
So to capitalize, the strategy required a clear unifying enemy. Enter the term rhino, weaponized. To
Enter the
label
term rhino. The
I
term
mean,
fucking rhino's been around
right.
forever. Are you
Weaponized-
fucking stupid, Chris?
So he is saying it wasn't stolen.
Apparently.
Weaponized to label anyone who didn't fully embrace Trump's 2020 claims or who accepted the certified results. Sadly, the battlefield flipped inward. The real threat was no longer just Democrats in blue cities; it was the corrupt establishment inside the Republican Party.
Well, I agree
The
with
county
that.
chairs who certified results, the legislators who voted to accept the electoral college slate, the state party officers who prioritized party unity over endless recounts and lawsuits, the longtime volunteers who dared to say, we fought hard, the courts ruled.
So it's these horrible grassroots
Yeah, so
people.
he is saying that Trump's claim was.
So these horrible
Bull crap.
grassroots people who didn't accept what the party,
Yeah.
we're the problem.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
the problem.
So
And
who
that's
is
why
it?
I was trying to articulate,
Yeah.
but I was trying to rush through it and not read the whole thing
Who is
because
this
for
guy?
sake of time, but I'm glad you
I had
read
him
it.
on the show. Larry and Jim thought he was a good guy to bring on the show because he's the grassroots vice chair.
Okay.
He turned out to be
So he's vice chair of.
grassroots
Of the delegates
Michigan
and-
GOP, and
Yeah.
he is so anti-grassroots. It's come out so hardcore that he is the absolute opposite of grassroots. And according to this email that he sent out publicly, that
Yeah.
we're addressing,
Right.
we're responding to.
Yeah.
He's saying, look, not only did we have to fight Democrats in blue cities,
Yeah.
but now we got to fight a whole bunch
Yeah.
of grassroots people
his-
who didn't
his
agree
name's
with the
Chris
election.
Long? Chris Long?
Yeah.
I'll tell you
But-
right now, Chris Long, I'll look at the camera and tell you this. Number one, what we just said took Patrick Colbeck 4 years, I think it was, or 3.5, to get the certificate that had 2 missing out of 4 signatures.
Mhm.
Those people got death threats, said they didn't want to certify it.
They threatened
And-
their families.
Yeah, and yeah,
So-
her daughter, when I'm almost done. Go to unite4freedom.com. We have data from 35 states. And you know what? I said this on my podcast last week. I said, okay, let me talk to the people who don't think the 2020 election was stolen. Go ahead and think that. It was certified, right? So once the election is certified, it is not to be changed. Well, guess what? We're now doing reports and analysis, and we watched the election in Texas that just occurred. They watched it real time. Every 2 hours, our team was downloading the data, and they're calling it vote tampering reports and oscillating votes. Votes go back. The voters, they're there, then they're gone. They're there. They watched it live. Go to uniteforfreedom.com. You can see we have, I think, 4 election
We'll check that
tampering
out.
reports now.
But that's what I was attempting to articulate,
Yeah,
that Chris, and you got what I thought was the case,
yeah,
Mhm.
that he doesn't believe the election was stolen. Is
Yeah.
that what you got from this?
yes.
And that's what I got.
So-
And he's like,
if-
well, it can't be stolen if all of the establishment signed
Right.
off on it,
So even
and
if you,
then it's these disgruntled little shithead
Them-
delegates that are causing the problem and
even if
stirring
you
it up.
believe
Them-
that election wasn't stolen, even if you believe that, tell me why they're messing with it now. Because once an election is certified, it is not to be changed, and they are changing old elections. They're
And
still
how many of these
changing them.
fucking cheater states tried to destroy the fucking evidence and had to
Yeah.
have injunctions against them and make them save the data because they were trying to destroy
Well-
the data. But the bottom line is with this whole thing with Chris is he's shifting blame. He came in, he came in through the Goshen thing, and his Goshen story is great when I had him on the show. Okay. And he wanted to get into this whole labeling everybody at the end of it. I didn't want a fucking thing to do with it. Right. But the reality is he just wants to blame the actual people on the ground who do the work, the actual delegates who are
Mhm.
few and far in between, are disillusioned and are pissed off about the fucking establishment. And he wants to empower the establishment. I don't know how he's bought for or how he's paid off or whatever the fuck's going on. And he'll push back and I'm not bought off, not paid off. Well, you know what? You're an unpaid fucking shill, and you shouldn't get paid, because the fact of the matter is you're carrying the water for the establishment and attacking the actual grassroots people who give a shit about what's going on in our country. We the people. You can't get more based, more grounded, more connected with we the people than a voluntary delegate who gets on a ballot and runs with no fucking money, with no pay promised. All I'm going to do is become a delegate, show up at a county party, and I might have to pay fucking money for that some places, but I may have to pay. I'm definitely going to pay money when I go to state convention, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to pay fucking money
And if
to be at a state convention.
And if Dana Nessel it takes issue with you and indicts you, you got to pay out to ass.
We held a whole telethon here for the alternate electorates for the 2020 election.
Yeah.
Right? Because they got indicted.
Average age like 75, right?
Average age 75. Yeah, ridiculous. So this type of stuff just fucking pisses me off, because you know what? You're shooting the fucking people that support you. You're supposed to be the grassroots vice chair.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
And you're attacking the grassroots.
And
Hold a fucking meeting, do your own podcast, and empower those people and let them see the wisdom of what you're trying to obtain. But the minute you say read the text line, the beginning text line, Joe, right there at the top, the bold print.
Oh, the architect of chaos.
The architect of chaos. And what's he implying? It's the grassroots people who are undermining all the great things that the establishment's trying to do. Oh, you mean the establishment that propped up Tudor fucking Dixon, who didn't have a fucking hope?
Yeah.
Who was behind the scenes along with everybody else to get fucking Ryan Kelly arrested 3 days before the fucking primary, so it sullied his image, and he was in jail for 2 months. Why? Because he was there at the Capitol on Jan's. It's like, fuck you, dude.
You know what? People like him.
I got to the point where I was nice about him, but
the more you hear,
the more I hear, the more you're a dude. Fuck off.
And the thing is, his and I'll just say this, and then I'll be done. I promise. He says he cites examples of a pattern of every 15 years, this rise of precinct delegates basically throws the baby out with the bathwater and disrupts the whole system and causes division within the party. Okay, and my question is that what's going on? Or is the party in disarray because they have poor leadership? It's poor leadership that's cost us elections, as I recited earlier. It's not the delegates. It's the picking the lowest candidate that is not bold enough.
The most controllable establishment guy is who they want in.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. And so, Chris is saying it's the delegates, and I'm saying it's lousy leadership. That's why we're where we're at today.
Let's just give somebody like him the benefit of the doubt for a second. And they think elections are fine. And all the volunteers, the little old ladies that work the polls, and they're like, we did everything fine. Our election was fine. And the people who manage it and everything, they don't see it. What we're finding is happening above the state level. It's happening above the state level. And so people like him, they look at it, they think everything's fine because they haven't seen the evidence that we've seen and our analysis. And we have peer-reviewed, court-ready. We've filed 9 court cases, which means if we were lying about that data, it's not data that we made up. It's from the boards of elections in 35 states.
You're open to libel.
Exactly. We could be charged with perjury, whoever filed those suits, our organization. Yeah. And I'll say one more thing. This is the kind of crap right here that people like him probably don't understand, and a lot of people don't understand. I went with Tim Vetter a couple of years ago to Livingston County Board of Elections. And when we came into the meeting, they were so happy to see us. Nobody ever comes to our meetings. We're so happy to see you. Well, I gave my little presentation about why we shouldn't be using election machines, voting machines,
Mhm.
and how corrupt they are, and they don't meet certification, and all the reasons, okay? And then Tim presented the other side of the data, the not the machines, but the data, the mail-in ballots, like more stuff like that, right? As he was still with the organization that I'm with now. And you know what they did? Soon as he was done talking, okay, they didn't even look at us again. They wanted us to get out because they did not want to hear it. It's like la 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 la.
Mhm.
And then I spoke with our Board of Elections director. I can't think of his name, the head of everything in Livingston County.
Oh, is that Brandon?
Mm,
No.
I can't. So keep thinking of his name. But in 2020, I got the cast vote records. I sent them to a guy named Jeff O'Donnell, who's big in election validity work. Sent them to him. 2024, I filed a request to get the CVRs. They denied it. I filled it out again. They denied it again. So I called them. I said, am I doing something wrong? Why am I not getting the
On that
cast vote
dude.
records? And he said,
I was hearing noise.
we don't have them. I said, excuse me? No, we deleted everything.
Hey,
I said,
That's against the law.
you broke a federal law.
yeah.
And he was clueless. I said, why? Why did you delete them? Well, we got new printers. Us and Genesee County got new printers, so we had to delete everything to let the printers work. I'm like, how
Ridiculous, dude.
stupid must you be?
Yeah.
But you know what? The vendors, the voting machine vendors
Mhm.
company, they come in and tell them,
You got to delete everything.
this is what you got to do. And they're like, okay.
Actually, they sound more like you have to delete everything
Yeah, no shit.
on a computer, because otherwise a printer don't work right for the ballot.
Well, you know,
It's not a Chinese. No.
you're right on, because you know Connect, the company,
Mm-hmm.
Connect, they were a huge part of the voter fraud. They're right in it's right outside of Lansing. What's the name of that? Owasso, not Owasso.
Oh no, I know what you're talking. Not it was.
Anyway, that guy,
What
they
was
filed
that
charges
city?
against that guy and arrested him and charged him, and he escaped the country.
Unbelievable.
They had software that was designed to flip elections. That's the way it was designed. And he's in another country now, doing the same thing. The guy who in was it Venezuela, I think. There was a big uproar because the people knew their elections were stolen.
Yeah.
Okemos.
Okemos.
Yes. They knew their elections were stolen.
Yeah.
And they brought in the guy who was head of, I think it was Dominion, maybe ES&S, but I think it was Dominion. And they raked him over the coals and they threw him out of the freaking country. Guess where he landed?
Here in America.
China.
Tarrant County,
Oh.
Texas.
Oh.
Right outside in Fort Worth. And guess what? Their county flipped blue in one election cycle.
Oh, amazing. Oh, I got a
Don't-
cramp. Oh, sorry,
Don't
guys.
get me started, Mr. Long.
So I got to read the
They're
chats
flat
from.
out stolen. That was my first rant, I think.
That was very nice, Kim. I gotta read this. Catch up some chats. So Q Patriot trolling a little bit. He says, my fellow patriots, just wanted to say that we are #winning so much that the current administration will arrest Tucker and Joe Kent before any Democrats. Also, it's worth gas being at $5 so we can protect our greatest ally. Then he drops down. He says the MIGP is doing great. No doing great. We need more people that are winners like John James, Perry Johnson, and Mike Rogers to run for office.
Yeah.
Chris Long is owning the woke right. And then he says later, if you disagree with Chris Long, you're a radical left Democrat. I think you're right there, Patriot. Q Patriot 1776 Mega. I think he's trolling quite a bit there. I like it. I like those chats that do that because you guys are you're tapping in. Yeah, John James has been a fucking disaster. Horrible fucking disaster. Okay, your back's off again. And it points to this. People wonder why. It's like this establishment bullshit. It's got to end.
You know, the problem that I have, and I don't say this in any bragging way. It's a God-given gift that sometimes I wish I didn't have. God gave me a great gift of discernment, and I can read somebody and almost give you your life history. And I go, I wish I didn't have this gift. I don't want, but that's what makes me crazy is because I see all the people that are involved in politics for the wrong reason, what their motivation is.
Yeah.
And what they're self-serving. And I see it, but I can't say anything about it. I can't name names. It's frustrating.
Well, and honestly, Joe, I've never seen you go after somebody personally.
Yeah.
I've never seen it. But this is obviously a public person.
Yeah.
A chair sends out an email and you're like, what the hell, dude? You're telling me that all of the people that I've recruited in 2022 were just disgruntled people who didn't want to accept a popular certified election. It's like,
or we were there just to cause disruption.
Just to cause chaos.
Yeah.
We're the problem.
Yeah.
Not the establishment fucking candidates who vote, half the time with the Democrats to perpetuate the fucking system.
And if you notice, Jeremy, that I didn't cast aspersions on him. I wasn't vulgar or vile.
You're not personally attacking him. You're attacking his political.
I'm using his own words.
100%.
And sharing this information.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I mean, these people need to be called out.
And
they do. We're up to here with it. They need to be called out and thrown under the bus. And that's how we got where we got, right? Because we got lazy, but
it's got to be
people are too nice.
And that's the idea of not voting for these rhinos and these establishment. I don't even like using the term rhinos. I like using the term establishment, right? You're an establishment fucking guy. I get it. Establishment guy or girl, whatever. You're going with the party line. You're going to go along to get along. You're going to vote for whatever pork belly bullshit's going to come through. I'm not always going to vote for those people, right?
Right.
Even though I've told you guys that I've held my nose and voted for a bunch of people, but I'm not voting for them because the problem with those go along to get along establish a shit about you.
Yep.
And then to have the party tell me that I'm obligated to vote for somebody that doesn't have my best interest. It's like, I actually kind of want the Democrat to get in and cause a mini implosion or a large implosion of the system so that we can regain we the people.
Mm-hmm.
I want the people to, the vast majority on the conservative, don't get fucking aggressive until shit falls apart.
Right.
And then we go, what the fuck? Okay.
Yeah.
It took a lot to get the people to a Boston Tea Party. It took a lot.
Yeah.
Most people don't realize it took a lot to get them there.
Define a lot. I'm not arguing with you.
No.
I'm truly curious
I will.
because I know it was like a 2%. I mean,
3%
2 cent.
fought.
A 2 cent tax, right? Or 3 cent. So did they go through stuff before that? Or was like that the last straw kind of?
But when a long train of usurpations and abuses pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism. It is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. It's a long train that evinces them under absolute despotism. What did Thomas Jefferson say? People will accept a whole bunch of tyranny. His paraphrasing, he said, they will, no, it's actually in here. I read it. It's before, damn microphone. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transitory causes. And accordingly, all experience hath shewn, I love shewn, that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. That's why I like one of my statements with Thomas Paine, that a long habit of thinking a thing right gives us a superficial appearance of being, a long habit of accepting something gives it a superficial appearance of being right. But tumults, where's it at? A long habit of not thinking a thing wrong gives it a superficial appearance of being right, and raises at first a formidable outcry in defense of custom. In defense of custom, something we've dealt with for years. But the tumult soon subsides, and time makes more converse than reasons. People are more accustomed to just, that's the way it's always been. It's no big deal, until it hits them hard. And when it hits them hard, that's when they go, all right, you're trying to reduce me into absolute despotism.
But don't you wonder now, like, what's it going to take for people to stand up? Like, people have suffered.
As strong as the language is in the Declaration of Independence, okay, 9 to 6 months before that declaration, they were still sending olive branches to the British Crown to try and reconcile with them and work something out over 2 different taxes, tea tax and another tax. There was another tax. Okay, they were still trying to work shit out with the Crown within months of the Declaration of Independence. Not until Lexington and Concord, not until the Suffolk Resolves were published, which was a precursor to the Declaration of Independence. Until those things happened, people were still trying to reconcile, still trying to maintain it. And that's why they write that in the Declaration of Independence. They're like, look, when it becomes absolutely fucking blatant obvious, and look at the warning that Biden sent out there, right? What did he say? You're going to try to oppose the government? We got, what do you got?
Right.
A couple guns. We got F-16s. We got tanks.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? Remember that statement he said?
What a low life statement.
Piece of shit.
Wasn't it like before the ink was even dry on the, I think it was a Declaration of Independence, right? That I said this a few weeks ago about the oh crap, what was it? What tax that they implemented? Like before the ink was barely dry.
Yeah, they started reinforcing more
tax.
Stamp tax, another stamp tax, yeah.
That was like before the ink was
right
barely dry.
Yeah.
So it like,
and if our founding
ended,
fathers
right?
looked at the taxation system today that we have in America,
they would taken up arms.
They would take up arms.
Yeah, I know. It's like
but
people, like, what are we doing? Like,
well,
we can't get people to volunteer.
They want to raise the income tax here in Michigan.
Right.
I mean,
because it's been incremental and behind the scenes, and they're crafty about it.
It's like the frog in the pot of water.
Do you pay attention to the fucking taxes on your cell phone bill?
No.
No, you see the bill, you pay the bill. You pay attention to the taxes on your electric bill?
No.
On your gas bill? On your internet bill?
Nope.
No. Do you pay attention to your taxes on your income tax on your paycheck? No, because it's taken out beforehand.
Right.
Does anybody pay attention to the independent business owner who has to spend hours doing that taxation work without being compensated for it? You know, I never paid. If my guy was being paid $20 an hour, and I was taking out taxes on him,
Mhm.
I calculated his value at 25. They go, oh, well, your employer matches it. We don't fucking match that shit. We got to pay that out of our pocket. So if I'm going to pay you a wage, I'm going to figure out, well, you're actually worth this, but I have to cover this much taxes for you.
Workers' comp.
Yeah.
state
So
tax,
so
federal.
I'm actually going to pay you this.
Yeah.
That's why I almost always defaulted to a guy handing me a 1099 or handing me a waiver on his stuff and paying him 1099.
Yep.
And all I have to do is go, dude, you show up when you want to show up.
Yeah.
I'm going to start working at 8:00. You want to show up and start working at 8:00, and I'll pay you an hourly time, and I'm going to give you a 1099 at the end of the year. And they don't like that shit because they're not getting their fucking money.
Yeah. How about workers' comp that you own the business, but if you're hurt,
It doesn't fucking
it
cover
doesn't
you.
cover you.
Oh, I've been paying that for years.
I paid that.
Thousands and thousands.
Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous. I don't know if I need to catch up on chat. Let's see. I am the 100% MAGA, supports limited conflict operations, not a war. Wanted to expand my content from Far News and Daily. Thank you, Q Patriot. Thoughts on Mark Levin owning liberal leaker Kent? I haven't watched the whole interview on that, but I've seen conflicting press releases. One article says that Kent owned Levin, and others say that Levin put Kent in his place. You know what? I think it's fucking theater. I do not like Mark Levin. I think he's a shill for Israel.
Oh yeah. Shut up, you big jerk.
You're an idiot. Get off my phone.
Yeah. Get off my phone.
And honestly, personality-wise, I never liked him. I thought he was shrill. I thought he was very condescending to most people. My opinion's the most important opinion, and I'm not open. You know, when
Rush could do that though.
when I have multiple guests on here, Dennis Marber is one of them. If Dennis has a contrary opinion to me, I just listen. I'm like, okay, because that dude's fucking smart and he studied and he doesn't have an agenda
Right.
other than trying to be right.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, so I dive into that shit. You know,
You don't do that with me. You argue.
most of the time you're
His face.
most of the time you're asking questions, and the other times you're.
Well, he told me
Hey,
before you came here, you're going to meet one of the brightest young ladies
Aw, thank
that
you.
ever crossed my path. And I was
Aw.
surprised he spoke that highly of somebody.
Hey, I learned a new name for the way I function. I've always referred to myself as a doubting Thomas, okay? I'm the one that would have to put my hand in Jesus' side, right? But I found a new word, and it's not so damning. It's called contrarian.
Contrarian.
You
I'm
think
a
that's less damning?
contrarian.
I would call you Reagan-esque. You can trust but verify.
Yeah.
I believe you, Jesus, but I got to stick my hand in there and get some juices on I got to get some blood on some little juices sticking in your side. I get that. Let's see. I'm trying to read over there. Gypsy Magic was tuning in. There is nothing I dread so much as the division of the republic into two great parties, each arranged under its leader and concerting measures in opposition to each other. This is my humble opinion. Apprehension is to be dreaded as the greatest political evil under our Constitution, John Adams. I was thinking that the whole thing was a John Adams quote. Yeah, listen, Adams, Washington, the vast majority of our founding fathers did not want political parties. They didn't want parties. They wanted it to be we the people. They understood that dynamic. We've implemented parties later, and now I tease Larry a little bit because he likes to play the quote of Alyssa Slotkin saying, "It must be party over country,
yeah.
always." And I go, when you tell me I got to vote for a piece of shit candidate that the party has put up, because otherwise the Democrat's going to get in, you're saying the exact fucking same thing. You're saying it must be party over country. No, I want that piece of shit Democrat in there because it'll wake a shit ton of people up for the next cycle and get them fucking motivated. What did the theft of the fucking election do in 2020? It got a lot of fucking delegates to show up in 2022. Right? Am I right, Joe?
Absolutely.
The party fucking squandered that. The leadership pissed all over all those people that came in and said this was not right. This was not acceptable.
And he says that.
And he says that they're the problem. The rest, all those people that came in pissed off, they're the problem. Not the fucking party establishment, not the uniparty that's doing backroom deals and shaking hands with each other. You know, I don't like where Jesse Ventura is today in life. But when he ran for governor, and he pointed out that the political parties are just like fucking the WWF or WWE now, whatever the fuck it's called now.
WWE.
The World Wrestling. He goes, yeah, on stage, we hate each other. As soon as the show's over, we go have a drink.
It's all
together.
show.
It's all a fucking show.
Yeah.
And you find out half of these, and you find out who the ones that don't do that behind the scenes? Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tom Massey. These are people that don't do that shit behind the scenes. Right. They don't go have a drink with them. Now you can be cordial with people, right?
Yeah.
I still don't know how Carville's wife stays married to him because Carville's a fucking whack job. And she's supposedly
I can't imagine.
But you can find some get along moment with some pretty fucked up people.
I don't know how you can do that with
But that's
Chuck
hard.
Schumer.
Huh?
I don't know how you can do that with a Chuck Schumer or a Nancy Pelosi.
Well, you just put a raw burger on with cheese on it on a cold grill.
Yeah.
Take a picture and act like you know.
You know, you can almost liken what's happening now with our government too is in the Bible when God was like, I want to be like, I want you to just come directly to me. And they're like, no, we want kings.
Yeah.
How'd that work out?
Yeah.
I mean, the people, it's like they're sitting back.
They get what they
go ahead, kings. Rule
deserve.
us.
Yeah, and there's huge dynamics.
Isn't there a quote about that? That's funny because I've been thinking about that quote.
Oh yeah.
I figured you would know it.
You get and deserve the government that you have, or something like that. Yeah, it's as Franklin was talking about.
I figured you would know that.
Well, Tim will post it here in a second. But that's, dude. So there was a couple other things I was going to cover. Oil jumps after explosion, mass fire at one of the largest oil refineries. Did you guys see that?
Yep. Heard about it.
Yeah, Austin. There was a big explosion there. Let's see where that's at.
Talk about theater though. All the things that control the oil prices.
Yeah.
The minute Trump gives some good news, like the war is going to be over soon, boom, it goes down, and then back up.
And it trickles through. The crazy thing is, it trickles through, and most people don't realize this.
Everything
is the gas stations have to buy at wholesale. If wholesale jumps that week, they have to buy it at that higher price. So they immediately raise their prices, even though they haven't purchased their oil until the end of the week or whenever their interval is. They immediately, and then the prices start to come down. They'll maintain so prices will always increase fast and drop slowly.
Right.
At the gas pump. And so the volatility in the fucking oil thing, we're going to feel it every fucking time, you know? So that's huge. Oil jumps after this explosion. What amazed me was, going back to this article, is that it details how the fire broke out and everything that was going on there. But the thing.
Where was that at?
It was in Texas.
Okay.
But what I understood was, or what I read about was, it was the 10th supplied it refined a 10th of here it is. The refinery can process 435,000 barrels of heavy sour crude a day, make it one of the top 10 largest refineries in the USA. When you have an explosion at something that's refining a 10th of the fucking oil,
It's
in the
going to
nation,
affect,
it's going to affect the price at the pump.
right.
So the question then remains is what actually happened? Was this crazy? You know, was this a sabotage? We don't know what's up. Cause we have fucking, I watched that movie or the TV show Landman with Billy Bob Thornton. It's a great fucking show.
I know, I like that
It's
show.
a great show. And there's a number of different scenarios within the show because they do their research as far as to incorporate as much realism. And there were 3 or 4 different incidents in that show that could cause just a well to explode or do something.
Mhm.
So you realize that there's different shit that happens, man, organically. But then again, there's black flags. What's a black flag? A black flag is an incident you know is going to happen, and you allow it to happen because it's advantageous for you to use the crisis, as
Yeah.
Rahm Emanuel said.
Yeah.
Right?
Let no crisis go.
Never let a good
yeah.
crisis go to waste. So you know if a black flag comes in, you knew it was going to happen, but you let it happen. You know, you let it go. There's false flags to where it's engineered by the country that wants to benefit from it.
Yeah.
So there's these dynamics that happen, and you go, all right, who are you fucking manipulating? We know that the CIA said we know our mission will be complete when everything that the American people believe is a lie. That's a powerful statement, dude.
Yeah.
You know? So
one thing regarding oil prices, I heard, do you know who Bowling is? He's on Real America.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep.
So I heard him talking, and I really get sick of all the backseat drivers when it comes to so many things, but especially with this war. Like so many backseat drivers and so many opinions, and really none of us know, you know. And they don't have a plan. They don't have a plan. I mean, regardless of what you think about it, like there's just so many people giving opinions about it. And so Bowling was talking about, and he was talking about the oil prices, and he was saying, "Oh man, we're gonna see $5 a gallon, maybe higher than that, and won't go back down till 2027." And then Bannon asked him, "Oh, what are the oil futures looking like?" He said, "Oh, well,
He
they
didn't
say
know.
like $80 a gallon or a barrel." I mean, he's like making it sound like it's going to be so horrible and it's going to go up to $170 a barrel. And then he's like, "Oh, what do the futures say?" $80 a barrel, which I'm not professing to know one little thing about how futures and the stock market and all that work. I don't, but I just thought it was an interesting thing where he was so much drama.
Futures tend to be a gamble that you're betting on the market to move a certain way.
Yeah.
And if it does, you can make a lot of money. If it doesn't,
yeah, and I know a lot of people just made a bunch of money when the price of oil.
There's so many little games that people. I mean, it's like shorting a stock. I'm going to bet that your stock's going to drop in price.
Right.
And, and if I win a ton of money.
So when something, I think when they hit the oil field, that Israel did it. But people made a bunch of money on that. I think that's when it was.
Yep.
Same way. See, I don't have a lot of money, so this
same way. There was a bunch of guys that
I mean, I don't even
made money from against United and American Airlines stock on 9/11 because they bet on it they bet shorts on it.
Yep,
they put shorts on it. Yeah, they made millions. In fact, there's a couple guys that died in the towers because they were sitting at their trading desk, not refusing to leave because they were making so much money. Ridiculous.
Well, inadvertently, I have some money into a stock called Next Decade. It's LNG out of Texas. And after that field got hit in southern Iran, that stock just went right up through the ceiling. Unbelievable.
What's the stock?
Liquid natural gas.
Oh.
And that's what those fields are. They supply about 1/10 of the world's liquid natural gas.
Right.
So
because supplies or demand's going to shift to whoever's got availability.
Yeah.
What a lot of people don't know too is like all the different types of oil and the refining process and how I don't
That's why
my
the
neighbors
power of
taught me
the
about it
power
all,
of
but I don't remember it all.
so that's why fracking has been a alternative, but it's not the ideal. Sweet crude coming out, you can run part of sweet crude right through a paper coffee filter and put it in your diesel vehicle and run it. And that's why diesel always amazes me that diesel is one of the highest fuels out there at the pump.
Yeah, why
Because
is it?
Because
so,
of regulations and because of they put artificial. Remember they had peak oil years ago was introduced. That was all.
Oh, yeah, I
the
think I
phrase
remember
peak
seeing
oil
that
was
name, yeah.
introduced because it was bullshit. The reason we call it a fossil fuel is because it's depleting and everything like that. There's oil fields that they played out because they overpumped them, and then they go back to them 30 years later and they're fucking full again.
Running over.
This is the earth is
Yeah.
the God designed the earth, and this hydrofluorocarbons going there. It's not a bunch of fucking dead dinosaurs that were compacted 100 million years ago. All right, this is a naturally reoccurring, just like you have underwater aquifers of water, you have oil at another level, you have coals at other levels, you have all of these resources that are there, and we're supposed to be good stewards of it and harvest it and be wise. Like, we don't want to overpump this field. We want it to allow it to replenish us. It's the same way when you bring a fucking data center in here, right? You and I can put a well down and we can run that well our whole life and it'll supply us. But a data center comes in here and does millions of gallons, however,
Pulling out
and
of the
just
aquifer,
and drains the whole thing, right? That's bad stewardship. Okay.
Yeah.
But good stewardship is allowing it. And then the rain comes and it percolates all through the ground. My well here in the barn is 154 feet. If you haven't tasted the water out of my
like drinking mountain water.
Dude, I fucking love my water here.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I have one simple filter in the back that does a little bit of lime capture, just a little bit of rust. It's a little bit of iron right there, but I still love the iron and the rust, or the iron and the lime. I like that little bit of mineral taste in my water, but I have a simple filter back there just to keep my, everything clean. If I default to it, there's bottled water here in the man cave. But if I go to my fridge, you guys see usually have my big mug here, right? It's ice and water from my well. And I love that water. That water is just like, I can just feel it when I drink it. It's got some minerals in it, which is what you need. Yeah. But it just tastes great. And I've been to the UP, dude, where multiple times with my grandfather. Yeah. Well, Paulding, but over Ironwood, when you go to the west side of the Porcupine Mountains, there's one hand pump well there.
Oh yeah, I like that.
It's like Waterboy he pulls out the pack at the end when he's passed out, and it's the glowing glacial water, and he goes, "That's some high quality H2O." That water there, we filled up a couple 5-gallon jugs when we left the last big trip we made. It was like 15 years ago. We had all the kids and everything like that. We drove back with that water didn't make it down to the lower 40, to the lower part of the state, because we just kept going to it. It just was so, you're like, this water is so refreshing. It just
crisp.
It's like you could set it in the sun and it felt like it was several degrees lower than what it should have been. It just like had this property of staying cold.
Yeah.
You're like, wow, this stuff is incredible. So again, the oil and stuff like that, we overfish, we over process, we over harvest all of these resources. If we were better stewards and more manageable and more diverse in how we do it, and we were less wasteful on stuff,
Right.
Why are we not? We can grow more hemp on an acre of land than we can trees. We can turn that into paper. Hemp can be turned into paper, plastics, clothing. Hemp is the only product other than silk that can be refined as fine as silk. And yet DuPont and Dow Corning vilified it and made it classified industrial hemp with marijuana, and outlawed it. Even though it's another super product. It's like honey. It's like that. and we're not doing it. We could make all of our plastics out of hemp. We could do, I think it's 6 times the amount of hemp per acre
Hemp paper.
as trees
Hmm.
per year versus 10 years for trees to harvest. And we don't do it. And if you make plastics out of hemp, and Henry Ford was doing this at the end of his life, and he was also working with
Firestone?
George Washington
Oh.
Carver, developing processes for peanuts and peanut oil but he built an entire car out of hemp, other than I think the two main steel rails. And they were using hemp seed oil for fuel. They were doing all this stuff. That all went by the wayside because you know what? Hemp, if we made our stuff, our plastics out of hemp, and you're done with the plastics, you throw them in your blender in your house, you blend them up, and you throw them out in the grass in your lawn, and it dissolves back in. If there's no other chemicals involved in it, it'll dissolve back in the lawn, and it'll be awesome. You can take hemp, and when you grind it all up and you throw it back in the field, it will replenish the land. It doesn't. Hemp fibers, if you use them for clothing, do not destroy the soil like cotton does. Cotton rapes the soil, so it's a rape seed. It rapes the soil of nutrition.
It's like corn.
And if they don't crop rotate like they're supposed to,
Right.
like Scripture teaches us, right?
Yeah.
To rotate crops and then to leave it fallow on the 7th year and not plant, but you can still harvest. They don't do that.
Yeah.
We need to have these Jubilee years. We need to have these things. There's wisdom in that.
And
And we don't do that shit.
And you leave some for the folks.
100%, dude. Yeah, 100%. Yet we've got these high level industrial crops or high level industrial farms, and they're putting glyphosate and all this other shit. It's horrible.
I have a question for you. When you buy a piece of land, typically you, in your paperwork, it'll say you have right to the, is it oil and minerals or?
Mineral rights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty typical, right? Unless somebody else that you're buying it from decides to retain those rights, which is not very typical or common. In New York, the guy that I work with on elections and stuff, he has oil under his land. He can't drill. The state has stopped them.
Because we've done away with land patents. Land patents were the original documents and dynamics under the current matrix and current system.
Yeah.
We've got to get back to land patents.
He doesn't own the mineral rights to his land.
Yeah. When you go to a land patent, you
I've
own
asked
everything.
him, I think he said he did, but then they made some kind of state law that won't allow people
Well, then that's
to,
a lawsuit because they can't.
right? I
infringe
mean,
on
I
it.
would fight that
Hardcore.
crazy.
Yeah. One last article I want to touch before we go to final thoughts. I know Patrick's ready to go. He's drinking coffee already.
Well, I've had an extremely long and a
I
very
know.
hard day.
I know, buddy. I love you. I'm glad to have you back. This one, I want to do this. 3 bills in 3 states would declare the COVID mRNA shots weapons of mass destruction. Now, we saw earlier in the show that George W. Bush couldn't find weapons of mass destruction. Maybe they're under here. Maybe they're over there. Maybe they're over there. I don't know where they're at. But 3 states, including Minnesota, Arizona, and Tennessee. Now, Tennessee, I can gather, but Minnesota and Arizona, those are 2 places that had some major fraud going out of one type or another. But now have introduced legislation designating COVID-19 mRNA shots as biological weapons of mass destruction. Should I be reading in Tennessee? I can try a Tennessee voice.
Minnesota?
Yeah, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Come on, Dad, Joel. You got to do Minnesota.
Minnesota.
But I think I'll read the rest of it. Last year, Minnesota, for the first time, proposed a law criminalizing mRNA jabs. Following Arizona earlier this year, and now Tennessee, Idaho, Iowa, Montana, South Carolina, and Tennessee had previously sought to restrict the mRNA technology. Quote, where's she at? It's from another podcast. I don't know where her accent is. As all of these, as all of these declarations mount, it's only a matter of time before these injections become outlawed, predicted Nicholas Holster, MPH. I don't know, that's miles per hour. Epidemiologist and administrator at McCullough Foundation in a recent podcast. So either way, I wanted to point that out, that there's a bunch of states moving to outlaw, not even outlaw, designate them weapons of mass destruction. What they have been. There's fucking, the technology in that shit is horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible. And we went through it. We've profiled it on here. We've been banned and censured and all sorts of shit for pointing it out. You know, all the multiple things that have going on. The huge blood clots. They're not fucking blood clots. They're these rubber things that the embalmers are pulling out of people's fucking veins.
I just saw something the other
crazy
day.
shit.
The percentage of young people with
Myocarditis. That was a big. What was that article?
I mean, a bunch of young people, young athletes have died.
Oh, 100%. There was
How about all the young women that can't have babies?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, young men too. It can cause infertility too.
Okay.
And we've already had sperm counts dropping hugely.
What's that? There's a woman that does a lot of stuff on that. She's former Democrat. I can't think of her name. She's a doctor and an attorney.
Beelzebub. No.
Naomi Wolf.
Oh, Naomi Wolf. Okay. Doesn't this happen with every global conflict? People always inflate for their own gain. Yes. Every global conflict, people try to cash in. Dude, it's far older than this, but one of the biggest notorieties is when the Rothschilds bet, and they lied and sent people ahead of saying that Napoleon had lost or won. I can't remember the dynamic. And everybody sold off their shit, and then the actual news showed up that they had lost or won. And it was opposite of what they've been told. And the Rothschilds bought up everything on pennies on
And
the
they
dollar.
ended up losing it after all.
Huh?
They ended up losing after all.
Yeah. It was they lied about the outcome.
Yeah.
And by the actual time the actual news came up, they banked in on it.
Yeah.
They shorted it. Nobody knows anything about the Tulip Wars. Nobody knows about the spice trades, with Marco Polo and during that era. Most people don't have a clue about historical dynamics. At least to study it a little bit.
Yeah, we don't know.
And
history.
grasp a little bit of it and go, okay, they've tried to manipulate shit going on. Patrick, I think you mentioned the insurance earlier in the show.
Yeah.
And talking about, dude, the what's Lloyd's of London?
Lloyd's of London. That's it.
They've been going, dude.
Yeah.
They insured the Titanic. You don't even know anything about the Titanic, dude. That the sister ship Olympic was the one that actually went down. They called it the Titanic, but they just repainted it because that was the one that got damaged in the Mediterranean. And then they just rebranded it and sunk it so that they could cash in on the fucking insurance policy. Most people don't get that.
It's amazing.
April 12th, 1912. Is that when it was?
Yeah. And not only that they were running the coal. There was a coal shortage in Ireland, and they already knew that they had a coal fire in the belly of the ship. It was already on. So you have your coal bins, right? Where you're going to scoop coal out and put it in the furnaces.
Right.
Well, sometimes those coal bins would catch fire themselves.
Oh.
And so the coal bin is burning. It's already on fire, and you've got to scoop that on fire coal into the furnace. So the thing you do is you just keep scooping. So that's one of the reasons that Captain Smith was running that boat at full speed, because he only had a certain amount of coal to reach the United States with, and it was already on fire. So he had to keep scooping it into
to get the use out of it.
Before it burned up in the bins.
Yeah.
And you can see it that there was already a coal fire going. There's a couple different documentaries, but they have evidence where the side of the boat has the paint has peeled because it was on fire inside the coal bins on the inside. And so they fired that puppy up and they just cranked across the Atlantic. So when they got warnings, he's like, dude, they weren't trying to set a record. If they would have they could have easily set a record at a slightly less speed. They were already going to set a record. Okay.
Yeah.
They weren't trying to set a record. they were trying to conserve as much or use as much coal as they could and get it across
Or
as
get
fast
there
as they
as
could
quick as they
because
could.
it was on fucking fire.
It's like a car that's I've driven them where they're sputtering. You're thinking, oh man, this thing's gonna die. So you hit the gas, so hopefully you can
Yeah,
get
you're
across.
trying to get
yeah.
across the line. Yeah, yeah. So most people don't study that, you know, and realizing that the Olympic and the Titanic were substituted for each other because the Olympic had already been damaged, and they were like, "Why sink a perfectly good boat when we can sink this other boat?" And then the coal fire happens at the same time, and they're doing this, and then if they'd have made it, they'd have made it, right?
Yeah.
But they were racing across. They hit this iceberg, and the problem is they hit that iceberg, and the side of that cast metal, which is different than our steel today, that cast metal was already fatigued from the heat. So when that iceberg scraped
Okay.
along it,
Yeah,
it was like it was so brittle that it was ready to break,
yeah, just like
and it just, you know,
cutting
and they
through
turned.
butter.
If they'd have hit the iceberg straight on, which they should have done, they would have rode up on it, slowed their momentum. A lot of people would have been rocked, and they probably would have sloped back down. Hopefully, not broken at the keel. But they chose to turn, and when they turned, it scraped through 5 of those.
It was like a zipper.
Yeah, just
You
right down
open
the
up.
side, and it was already brittle, and it
Yeah.
hits that, and just water's pouring in. You study. I love Titanic because I was 1995 when Bob Ballard discovered it. I had those National Geographics, and I remember seeing it, and that plunged me into it. And so every time there's a new revelation, and I've watched so many documentaries on it and the different things that people have seen, and now it's a pile of rust on the bottom of the ocean. In another 50 years, there'll be
Nothing.
just a pile of red rust on the ocean bottom. There won't be
Mhm.
much recognizable. So when Ballard found it, it was pretty incredible. And they brought those ships down, you know, the submersibles down there.
So what you were saying about, you know, how they've tried to manipulate everything for so long.
Yeah.
There's so many things that are happening right now. And I always matter of fact, I started a intercessory prayer group for my election organization that I work
That's
with.
great.
And yeah,
That's
and I remind them all the time, like I can see God in things.
Yeah.
And right now, for anyone who doesn't believe that our government is not for us, all you got to do is look what they're doing with the Save America Act.
Oh, 100%.
85% of Americans want the Save America Act to be
Right.
passed, and we're having trouble getting it
On
passed.
both sides of the aisle.
Yeah, on both
60 or
nonpartisan.
76% of Democrats want it.
Yeah.
I probably collected over 3,500 signatures for that drive.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, the fact Mike Lee has been a hero in this. He's been holding the X space quite often.
Right.
After they come out every night. And he's just like, call. You can go to article3project.com and you can send an email in about 2 seconds.
And get a hold of them.
Call your representatives. Yep.
They don't give a fuck. In the State of the Union address, when Donald Trump said, if you think American citizens are more important than illegal aliens, please stand up.
Oh, I
And
know.
they didn't
And
say-
all the damn Democrats sat there on their ass. Now, come on.
Trump is brilliant at that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but
Just
you
calls
gotta
them
be,
right out.
Yeah.
you gotta
know?
be
Like,
dumb as rocks so to fall for that.
Yeah.
You know.
they're like a criminal. They
Yeah.
get so used to doing what they're doing and never get caught that
Yeah.
they just get blatant.
They're
and they do it.
emboldened. And
Yes,
until
emboldened.
you're talking about Tucker and that being arrested, I'll blow a 30 amp fuse. A lot of people will. This is ridiculous. The fact that there isn't a single damn Democrat in chains and locked up with an orange suit is freaking
Absolutely.
out of line.
The
And
only
that
thing that
should
holds
be-
me back on that a little bit is because Trump is working on this. They've had the grand jury in Florida and they have another one about the conspiracy case because then they can go back further.
Well, I thought the modus operandi on Trump's part would be get the economy going where you get the American people on your side, and then they'll support these investigations.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, and I
Well-
want to say one thing about what you said that people aren't as interested in researching history and learning. And I just wanted to tell you that's why I come here.
I'm constantly consuming information, and you have to be careful. You know, your
Yeah.
different sources, but I love it, dude. And I'm all over the place. One day I want
I'm the
to
same
listen
way,
to
yeah.
some historical stuff on the Beatles. One day I want to listen to stuff about Tartaria, and I want to listen to, you know, all sorts of. It's like, and it's like, but if you're constant, there was a guy that I did the presidents. Like he goes. There's one channel that does just like you wouldn't believe this about this president, you know, and they just go through like 2 hours. It'll be in my ears while I'm working,
Mhm.
and it'll be talking about, you know, Calvin Coolidge for 2 hours and his start and I go, dude, devour on that, and then I'll shift to, you know, ancient Rome, you know, and listen to that, or I went through there's a couple of guys that found Ethiopian Book of Enoch. You know,
Oh, really?
and I was
Okay.
listening to their archaeological discovery and how they were relating to the priests that were there in Ethiopia, and it was really cool. It was a couple hours, you know. I'm
I
listening to
think I
that while I'm
sent you
working.
a thing on a bunch of books that are pulled out of the Bible. I know I did.
Yeah. Well, I've got multiple over there. I've got Nag Hammadi scriptures. I've got a bunch of. So most people don't know. The Catholic Bible has the pseudography, what they call it, the Maccabees and Sirach and Judith and Tobit and the Book of Wisdom.
Mhm.
There's like 7 extra books in the Catholic. We call it. Everybody goes, oh, I only believe in the King James. I'm like, which one, the Catholic version or the Protestant version? Because the Catholic version has extra 7 books, 7 books or 8 books. But the Ethiopian Bible. So the Protestant Bible has 66, right? Ethiopian Bible is like 88.
Mm.
They got a whole bunch of extra stuff. And you just go to the book of Jude, one chapter there, and Jude cites, I think, 4 different extra canonical scriptures. He definitely cites the book of Enoch.
Do they have what scrolls?
The Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yeah, for all these different
Oh yeah,
versions.
yes. That's what with the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi scriptures. That's where they found the majority of these parchments or papyrus.
Wait, are you
scrolls.
saying the Book of Enoch is in the Dead Sea Scrolls? That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah.
I believe the Book of Enoch was either in the Dead Sea or in Nag Hammadi. I'd have to verify it real quick.
The
got
Dead
a-
Sea Scrolls
got a
are
friend
at
that's a biblical
Bible
scholar
Museum
that
in
says that the
Washington,
book of
DC
Judah
right
is a
now.
bunch
Oh,
of
I've been
bullshit.
there.
Doesn't really
Isn't
I was
that
just
a-
there too, and I found out there was a
and
mosaic there
that's
that
what she does for a living. She
Wait,
said,
they found,
hold
and
on.
it's
book of Judah does not exist. It's not real.
Judith?
Yeah,
Judith or Judah.
Judas.
They're saying that right
Judas?
now in live time?
Well, no, this is something she sent to me a while ago. She said,
So you've got Jude, right? First, 2nd, 3rd John,
Yeah.
and then Jude, and then Revelation, right?
yeah.
The book of Judith is in the. I have my.
I've never heard of that.
Here, Patrick. Let me go by.
Judas, Judas.
Oh,
Judas.
Oh,
Yeah.
The Gospel of
Judas.
Judas.
Gospel of Judas.
I love reading some of those scriptures.
The Gospel of Judas.
Gospel of Judas. It's kind of a wild and crazy thing. I'm looking for my one Bible. Where's my Bible?
There's a mosaic there at the
I got my
Bible
St. John's
Museum
Catholic Bible.
Uh-huh.
that they almost built a prison over in Jerusalem, and then they found this mosaic, and it was on the last day before they almost built the prison over it.
Oh,
And I was there, and we spent like 7 hours there or something, and I didn't go
It's
and
in the
look at the
St.
mosaic
John's
'cause I didn't
Catholic
think it was that
Bible?
big of a deal. But then I found out after
Judith.
I saw a documentary about it,
Not the Gospel of Jude.
and it's the
Judas. Judas.
oldest,
Not the
or
Gospel
the
of Judas.
first time that Jesus was
Gospel of
mentioned in
Judas is totally-
public is on that mosaic.
oh, really?
They
So-
found it like 20 years ago, and then so now it's traveling, so it's there for a while.
Wow.
They have an app that has
So what?
information about the stuff that they have there.
At any rate,
Patrick was,
Yeah, that
was
was a
confusing
great
with Judith.
experience.
So the
Oh.
book of Judith, Judith.
Yeah.
That's in the, I thought my St. John's Catholic Bible was up here. It must be downstairs in my other box. But I have a St. John's Catholic Bible that has Sirach, Judith, Tobit, 1st and 2nd Maccabees, the Book of Wisdom, and did I say Sirach?
Yeah, you
I said
did.
Sirach. And then it's there's one more book. Anyways, those are called the pseudography. They don't recognize them as straight up canon in the Protestant Bible because they were Israeli texts that were written or Jewish texts that were written in Greek, and they were written when during the Septuagint, because the Maccabees were just prior to first and 2nd centuries before the Roman occupation. It was part of that. The Maccabees were part of that war. They were part of that occupation. So they don't recognize, because they weren't Hebrew texts, they were Greek texts. A lot of Protestants don't recognize those 7 books as being part of the canon. They call them the pseudography. So there's some dynamics there.
Couldn't they be translated?
They were
What?
translated, yeah.
Yeah,
But they were
okay.
part of the Septuagint. One of the funny things that people don't even realize is that the Hebrew language was lost for a number of centuries. The Hebrew language, as spoken, was lost because they translated the Hebrew into Greek. And that's called
That
the
was the Septuagint. Right.
And then they lost the Hebrew language, went out of as a language, kind of like Latin. It went out of language, and then it was resurrected. But Greek was the language for the longest time. That's why you had the Septuagint, and then you had the New Testament written in Greek. There was some Aramaic. A lot of people spoke Aramaic. They believe that Jesus spoke Aramaic, like when he was saying. That's why we read in our New Testament when he says, what's the Aramaic? Lamak Sabath. When he says, my God, why have you forsaken me?
Yeah.
They record it in, you can look up your New Testament, and it says, when my God, why have you forsaken me? It's written in Aramaic, even in the Greek text. No, just I gotta click on it.
Well, either way, it's getting late. I've had an extremely long and a very hard day, and I want to get out of here.
Yeah,
Okay?
I appreciate you, buddy.
So
Give me your
my
thoughts.
final thoughts are that no good deed goes unpunished. Doesn't matter what you do. If you volunteer for something, people use you, and they will use you up until you say, fuck you, I'm done. This asshole can go fuck himself, okay? When people are giving up their own time, pulling money out of their own wallet, to doing whatever they can and using their expertise and their skill sets to try to move things forward. And we got assholes like that coming against us. And we got people like Dan Nessel doing the same thing. My attitude is, fuck you, okay? I'm done with it. I'm getting tired of this bullshit. I've had enough. These candidates, one after another, want me to join their campaign. Please come. You can go out and get me signatures so that I can get on the ballot. Come on, how many signatures can you bring in? You've got affluent friends. How much money can you bring in? How much money you willing to donate? And when I tell them 0, I'm not interested. Oh, they don't know that I live anymore. Don't want to talk to me. Have nothing to do with me. Okay,
Right.
I'm done. They've burnt me out. And that kind of shit does the same damn thing. Okay. No good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah,
you try to help people out, and all they do, like I said, is they use you until they can use you up. They want my expertise, you can pay me for it. That's where I'm at with it.
There you go.
Yeah. I'll do this real quick. So Patrick, you're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. All right. We'll let you go, buddy, and we'll go to the love you, buddy.
Yeah.
Be praying for Patrick and for his mom. They had to make some tough decisions this week. But I want to go to this real quick as Patrick's heading out. Love you, buddy. This is Kim's brand new book.
Thank you. I was going to do that for my closing thoughts.
Well, this
and
is
I wanted Patrick to see it.
The Human Value Project, raising children who know their worth. The 10-minute 3-step conversation that builds lifelong Self-value. This is your new book. When is this coming out? You're working. You've been
One
been
week.
absent from the show because
About
you've been working on this.
Yes, it's going to come out on the 31st. That's the plan.
Okay.
It will be released as an ebook first on Amazon,
Okay.
and it'll be super cheap in the beginning, like probably $3 or less, and then the price will go up after that, and then eventually the paperback will come out.
Who's doing the read over for your audio?
I don't know. Haven't even thought that far.
Get
but
your
I'm in
audiobook
the,
in.
So I'm in the process right now still of getting ready for the launch.
Okay.
I just got my website, my URL before I came here tonight. And in the ebook, there's a couple of links. You can get some handouts. So you click on the link, and it'll send you a couple of handouts, like kind of cheat sheets.
You're building off this. Are you parlaying it a little bit because you're already a best-selling author on
Yes.
Amazon, right?
Well,
And
that
what-
was
what's
a collaborative book that I did. So I only did a chapter in that book, and
Right.
and I'm not listed as the author in that
okay.
on that book. So, but this, it turns out I'm going to do a series of books, because once I started writing this, I'm like, wow, I have more than one book in me, because I stayed very focused on this one.
Yeah.
So
And you bailed on us for several
I
shows.
did. Well, I
because
was
you're like,
in Oregon for 2 weeks.
That's ridiculous.
Visiting my daughter, and then I was 2 months behind getting going on this, so I have been
Why is that?
busting my
why
butt.
Can you give us
Why is
a 30-second?
Yeah. Why is that?
overview?
Why is that? I don't know why I gotta suffer if you're taking care of yours.
So this is a project that I created over 25 years ago, and believe it or not, it all came about because I would see parents with their kids, kind of the kids back here trying to keep up, and I just had this thought and this vision of and I say this in the book about the parent, turning around, bending down, and getting eye level with their child, and "Hi, what's going on in your world? Like, what's going on down here? Like, what's your experience?"
Okay.
And because parents are always so rushed and kind of dragging the kid along, right?
Right.
And so I ended up developing this project, and it's just a 10-minute little conversation that you have with your child, and I lay out the process of it. And I did it with my kids when they were little, and they loved it. They wouldn't let me get away a night without doing it, and it's just like one-on-one time, no
Connection.
phones, no interruptions. They get to say,
Right.
they get to speak freely with no repercussions, and gives you a time to build them up and speak value into them.
Connect with them. That's great. That's awesome.
That's beautiful.
So, and I'm gonna bounce off this one with the. I've coached a lot of people, and I've told Jeremy on here before. I was a professor at LCC, Lance Community College, for a long time, and one of my students there, I coached him. I asked him to do one thing with his son. Bye, Patrick.
See you, Pat.
And it changed his whole family.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Just for the one thing I did. And I was anorexic for a long time, so I know like what led into that. So those are two other books that I can do. So
Amazing. Amazing. Joe, give me your final thoughts over there, buddy.
I'm not comfortable in beating people up, and that was not my intent here. My intent was just to stand up for the delegates that I've worked side by side with, recruited, helped train them, and they were out at every venue with me to help recruit, and in the worst weather. And I just have a love for those people, and when I see them being minimized,
Abused.
and abused, verbally abused, it's heartbreaking. I actually, for whatever I've done over the last 16 years, connecting with the volunteers is just so special. I can't even begin to tell you.
Because they're doing it out of the pureness. They're not doing it because they're trying to they're
not trying to impress anybody. They're not in it
doing
for the
yeah.
power.
Yeah.
So it's not self-serving.
Yeah.
They're doing it because they care.
They want to connect.
You know
And
what
that's what
gets
gets
me
your
the
ire up
most
when they're being attacked because
Yeah.
like look, dude, you got your little title and you got your
Yep.
little throne and
Yeah.
you're all that. Okay, great.
But we're out.
Oh, we're not worthy of your fucking thing.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna attack the people
exactly
that
what
come
I
in
was
here.
gonna say. I
That's why
cannot
Patrick's
stand
fucking done.
arrogance, and that's
And
exactly what that
Patrick's
is.
like,
It's
you use me up,
arrogance.
you keep wanting more of my fucking money.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you want me to no. At a certain point,
Yeah.
you fucking abused me, dude.
Yeah, like who
Yep.
do you think you are? Like,
Exactly. It's ridiculous. Thank you, Joe, for coming on.
Oh.
I feel your passion and I love the work that you do. Yeah, that's how I met you. You were just grassroots, ready to go, and just empower the people to be the best that they could be. That's you.
Yeah.
And it shines through. You're genuine. We're promoting an event. Did we settle on the date?
April 18th.
April
Saturday.
18th here at
Yeah.
the Man Cave. What are we doing?
We are going. Well, I have a small group of people that I pick. I go through the pending bills in the House, Michigan House.
Okay.
Find out what bills are pending. I pick one out, and if I support it or I'm against it, whatever the case may be, I send it out to a handful of people. Might be a dozen people that
Okay.
call I give them a copy of the bill. I give them the bill in simple English. I break it down in simple English. I give them talking points. I give them phone numbers and names of contacts, phone numbers to contact their representatives. And then they have volunteered to call every other week their legislatures either in support or against whatever legislation is pending, that one particular bill that I pick out for that month. And so I'm having a appreciation dinner. It's going to be game night and a barbecue. And I like to do that. And thanks to Jeremy, I have a great venue to do it. And it's my way of letting these folks know I appreciate them.
100%. That's going to be on the April 18th, and
Yep.
we'll have a little bit of a closed environment here.
Yeah.
But we'll take some pictures and post it and do all that stuff.
Yep.
I love you,
Sounds
Joe.
good.
You're
Thank
a great
you.
patriot and a phenomenal guy. Appreciate you so much. Kim, give us your final thoughts on. Well, we went over the book, but give us some of your final thoughts tonight. What are you thinking?
can I give myself a little shout out?
Yeah.
So the group that I'm working with to my book is self-published, so having to learn how to do all that. And first of all, AI, when I was doing my outline, said this could be a movement, but the woman who I had do the formatting for me, she said, I was reading through parts of your book when I was formatting it, and she said, I can't wait to buy it and do it with my kids. And then we had our Q&A this morning, and she said the same thing on our Q&A call. So
That's something to be extremely proud of.
Thank you. It's been 25 years in the making. So especially with all the chaos and the stuff that our kids are learning now, and the way that I've been able to coach clients and my students, even adults, it's just amazing. Like I've literally had people burst into tears when I told them that they had value, literally adults. And that's what this work is about.
Yeah, most people have not been affirmed in their life.
And we all need to do more of that.
Yeah,
we all need to do more of that.
Absolutely. No, that's a great
boy, we went
personal shout out.
Yeah.
Dude.
Thank you.
Dude, we haven't gone as long as Chris tried to push the show that one night, but he was so proud that he went like 5 hours. I was like, it's because you just kept talking.
Jeremy, do you do a podcast on Fridays?
if somebody wants to come in. Usually it's just Tuesdays and Sundays, but didn't have anybody this past Sunday, and I was wiped out anyways. But I try to keep the it going because your audience wants consistency.
Yeah. Well,
If I was doing podcasts 2, 3, 4, 5 nights a week, dude, and we had consistency, the audience would start to. I mean, it's already growing. I mean, we get good turnout, but you don't always get. Anyways,
we're doing ours on Fridays. That's what I was asking, and we'll
you need a
eventually.
studio?
What's that?
You need a studio?
No, he's in New York, and no.
Oh.
I just do it at home, and he's in New York.
Oh,
But I want to
about-
bring you on at some point.
oh yeah.
So,
I'm mostly available on Fridays.
Yeah.
Friday, what we're going to start doing, well, we're trying to do some stuff here in the man cave. We're going to start doing some poker nights. We're going to start doing some euchre
count
nights.
me in on that.
Poker nights?
Yeah, oh yeah.
We're going to get one scheduled here soon. And we talked about either doing them Fridays or Saturdays because Fridays, there's a lot of activities that people have to attend, especially through the summer on Saturdays. So if we do some of the euchre and poker on Fridays, people are a little bit more available for that. But we're going to see where we're at. Yeah, Teddy really wants to push that, and my drummer Matt and my buddy Frank, his brother, we've already done a couple a few years back, and we really want to ramp it up. And so we've got all the tables and it's fun.
I love playing cards.
Yeah, poker and euchre. Well, I know you've had a few of the delegate meetings we've had here, and some of the people just pull up
the euchre cards.
Yeah, they just pull up the euchre cards and just start playing down there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, well, you people we need to get some shit going, man.
Yeah,
let's do it.
So we'll do it.
Yeah, 100%. There's my stuff. All right. I ran into my keyboard. Do you see that? I had to reposition.
Yeah.
There it is. Signatures for tonight on the agenda page.
it looks like I missed a good dinner, by the way. I was reading that. I'm like,
Dude,
oh,
it's downstairs.
I missed crab rangoons. Oh.
You want to take some leftovers? They're downstairs. It was tasty. Where's my button? There it is. So obviously, guys, like, share, and subscribe. Do all that stuff. You want to support the show other than super chats? Thank you for the super chat from Jeff Amayo. We're not voting for you to be GLP chair. But let's see. Kim's not wearing socks tonight, so no socks to auction off. We need some super chats for that. But if you guys want to support the show other than that and get some great fucking products, they're awesome. I mean, awesome. I use them all the time. Go to thealexjonesstore.com/this is my brain. We actually get 10% of anything that you buy on the store there. So if you buy some methylene blue or some methylene red, which Scott, who's normally here, but he worked late tonight, Scott just got his shipment of stuff. I take the methylene blue. I also take the creatine, which you looked up, Kim, and found out how cool it was just for regular stuff.
Do you feel like that makes? I was thinking about that the other day. You do? Is that powder or gummies?
The gummies. I don't take the like 4 or 5 that they recommend.
Do you feel like it makes you hold water at all? Because creatine can, but
no, because I just take take 2 or 3 a day. I don't take the full what it says. Because
you use their turmeric too, don't you?
Yeah, I use the turmeric gummies. The turmeric gummies are phenomenal. I take those. I was taking the pills for a long time, the turmeric pills from them. Mm-hmm. But now that they have them in a gummy form, I tear those up. I also take the Shilajit gummies. So that actually has turmeric in it, plus black pepper and a couple other things. And those are great. What has
that in it?
The Shilajit.
Oh, it has turmeric. Yeah. Okay.
One thing I'm out of, and I noticed it. I'm noticing I'm noticing I was getting a cramp earlier in my leg because I skated yesterday, and you sweat out a lot, and and I try to take I do liquid IV, and I put my methylene blue in there, and I drink that, but I didn't do one today, and I felt it like you just get depleted. But there's Oxy. What's it called? There's another one. on there on the website that I use, but I'm out of it right now. But they've got some phenomenal products on there on the website. Hell, I use the charcoal toothpaste up at the house. I have the Dr. Jones Naturals. That's Alex's dad. He was a dentist for years, and they use the non-fluoride charcoal toothpaste.
Do they have any hydroxyapatite? Do you know? I'll have to look.
I don't know about the hydroxyapatite, but I use the hydroxy. It's oxy. The hell's it called?
Hydroxyapatite now is. My daughter told me about it for in toothpaste, and I found one. Just started using it.
Yeah.
My grandson had, I think, maybe like a lack of minerals at some point when my daughter was pregnant.
Yeah.
And so he's had issues with enamel.
What pregnancy will leach the minerals out of the
right,
out of
and
the
so
woman's
she
body.
was sick. So she thinks maybe that's what happened.
Yeah,
she wasn't.
She's got to
enough.
replenish her minerals.
And so
it's amazing that the only thing that doctors will recommend, vitamin wise, for any patient is minerals. They put them on a whole mineral regimen during pregnancy.
Well, my
Other
grandson,
than that, they don't give. Wait! I could cure your shit with vitamin C. No, I'm going to put you on some this drug.
Yeah. My grandson is doing trays right now with hydroxyapatite.
Okay.
So he puts the trays with in there.
And they're mineralizing.
Yep, and
Yeah, another product that I use is you can't get it on InfoWars, but you can get it. Amanda Vollmer sells it. She's out of Canada. DMSO. I love DMSO. I put that on anytime I have bruises. If I get a bruise from hockey or work or doing construction or stuff like that, I put DMSO on there, and I heal. And it reduces it down to 25% of the time. It's like I put that on there. I've taken bruises and guys are like, "You're gonna be black and blue tomorrow," and I put that DMSO on there, and it's dimethyl sulfur oxide, so it's got oxygen and it draws everything in there, and that my bruising is almost all gone. I used that
a little bit when I was competing in powerlifting.
Well, and I was up to 2.5 on my reading glasses, and she sells a 40% dilution specifically for your eyes. And if I was more consistent with it, I would be done with reading glasses. But I went from a 2.5 down to a 1.5 just by using the eyedroppers that I use. And so it's
DMSO.
Yeah, DMSO in an eyedropper, but you have to use it. You have to have the right solution diluted for it. But DMSO is a natural product from trees. It's a great product. So, but it's all about those. So you guys want to support the show, go to thealexjonesstore.com/this is my brain. We get 10% off that. And that's one way you can support the shows. So we appreciate it. I'm checking out the chat. You guys are all good. Appreciate everybody being in chat. Like, share, and subscribe, do all that stuff. Hit the thumbs up, all that stuff. We're trying to work on a show with Amanda Love coming in on Thursday. I've got to respond to a text from her here once the show is ended tonight. She's up for election with the delegates there at state convention.
Yeah.
So Amanda Love's looking to do, I think she's looking to do a town hall from here in the man cave, virtual town hall from here in the man cave. And then we'll continue after the town hall ends, and we'll continue into a little bit of a podcast afterwards. But I got to work out a couple details because of the way they use their software for the town hall. But I'm going to get with her on that. And then I think somebody's lined up for Sunday, but I don't know who it is yet. I got to check the calendar. But other than that, guys, thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Joe and Kim, and obviously Patrick had to go. He had a long day dealing with his mom and stuff like that. But Joe, you were feisty and fired up. You're like, "Can I come on the show?" I'm like, "I love you, Joe. You're always welcome." And welcome back, Kim. I'm glad you've gotten the book to the point of where you feel like you can breathe a little bit again.
So nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you too.
Very nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
So, all right, guys, that's it. We will catch you guys on the flip side. Love somebody, give somebody a big hug. We'll catch you next time.
This is my brain.
Dad, that's an egg.
Yeah, that's an egg.
Honey,
Dude.
that's an egg.
Seriously.
That's an egg.
It's a metaphor.
It's still an egg.
That's an egg.
I would challenge you.
That's an egg.
I I know my brain is not actually an egg, okay? It's a metaphor.
Metaphor or not, that's not your brain.
It's just an egg.
Una cerveza para mí. My egg is my brain.
Can I at least have some bacon, maybe some sausage with that egg, though?
Oh, I want some bacon.
I want crepes.
Have some bacon and pancakes with that egg.
I'll take it with cheese.
Extra large brown cage-free eggs.
Can I have your brain with hot cakes?
A sausage and a little toast and potato.
That would be great.
Does it have antibiotics?
I don't know, man. I'm not good at this shit.
Well, they got to be able to resist some diseases.
You resist the disease.
Has it got any hormones?
Maybe. It's cage free.
Vegetarian?
Maybe.
Are they vegan?
No, I eat steak.
Never apologize and never explain.
Never apologize.
Never apologize and never explain.